Chapter 220. With the three of them taking the lead, the rest of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors also took action. However, each of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors was good at different abilities. Some focused on energy, some focused on flexibility, and some focused on special abilities. For example, Huguang's energy was not weaker than theirs, but he was stronger in poison. Most of his energy was converted into poison. Therefore, although he wanted to help, he could not use much of his strength. Ian's situation was similar to his. When Ian attacked, his energy was extremely condensed. Coupled with his flexible skills, it was easy for him to deal a fatal blow to his opponent. However, he was not good at attacking energy out of his body. Therefore, the two of them could only try their best to protect their teammates, but it was even more difficult for them to help. Changjia the Hummer was not bad. He was an innate awakened. After following the Zodiac Guardian Warriors for a period of time, he could control his energy well. Although he could not attack continuously like Modi, he could make the hurricane shake every time he attacked. The four of them became the main opponents of the hurricane. The combined attacks of the four of them greatly affected the hurricane. It could not attack indiscriminately like before. The hurricane lasted for nearly an hour before it slowly dissipated. Everyone collapsed on the mountain wall, gasping for breath. They all deeply felt the horror of the force of nature. Only a few of them were still neat. Most of their clothes had become strips. In order to save their lives, they had tried their best to exert their energy to the limit. At this time, most of them had exhausted their energy. The cold kept attacking their bodies. At this time, they realized that it was not as easy as they had imagined to climb up the mountain. Only a few powerful Zodiac Guardian Warriors still had energy left. However, they could not rest quietly for a while. They kept calling their teammates to prevent them from falling asleep. This was the snow mountain. Once they fell asleep, they might never wake up again. The Zodiac Guardian God Warriors had basically figured out each other's locations during the previous hurricane. Although Su Dong had consumed a lot of energy, he was still the strongest among them and had the ability to fly. He flapped his wings and shuttled back and forth across the mountain wall. After contacting each of the captains after a short discussion, they all decided to retreat down the mountain first. They would consider other things after they reorganized themselves. For the safety of their subordinates, it was impossible to continue climbing the mountain. After completing the control of the hurricane, Chi-Yu once again entered the state of cultivation. There was not much expression on his face. It was as if everything that had happened just now had nothing to do with him. Ruyuet and Snow Girl did not know whether to laugh or cry. Through Chi-Yu's spiritual power, they could see the sorry state of their companions on the mountain. They could not help but feel glad that it was not them who climbed the mountain. At the same time, Chi-Yu's group training was also a question. If they were so strong on the first day, what would the group training be like? Under Su Dong's suggestion, in order to ensure everyone's safety, the 12 squads of more than 100 people gathered together halfway up the mountain. Then, they prepared to descend below the snow line and rest for a while before descending the mountain. At this time, the altitude of 1,000 meters was not as easy to deal with as when they first climbed the mountain. Looking at the exhausted youths of the four families, the Zodiac Guardian Warriors could not help but smile bitterly. The hurricane had made them a little afraid of the novelty of this world. After all, in their hearts, how could they resist the power of nature? They were just lucky this time. If the hurricane was stronger next time, they might not be able to protect them so well. Although they were all very familiar with Chi-Yu, not a single one of them could have imagined that the natural disaster had actually been caused by their boss. After going below the snow line with great difficulty, Su Dong temporarily became the commander-in-chief and ordered everyone to gather together. The Su family used their own fire energy to ignite some relatively dry plants to keep everyone warm. They also took out some dry food to eat. They planned to go down the mountain and return to the village after their physical strength recovered a little. Vol, are you okay? Su Dong glanced at Vol, who was panting at the side. Vol could no longer speak at this time. He could only sit there and wave at Su Dong. Although his strength was above the 3-cloud level, his energy was extremely special among the Zodiac Guardian Warriors. He was really not good at fighting hurricanes, and his overall ability was not strong. In order to protect his teammates, he was hit by several strong hurricanes. At this time, the clothes on his back were completely damaged, and there were purple marks. If it wasn't for Chi Yu transforming his body with the energy of the source of nature, perhaps Vol would have already been bleeding. At this time, his teammates surrounded him and looked at him with concern. After all, Vol had risked being swept away by hurricanes several times to save them. Towards this chubby and young captain, the hearts of these team members were already filled with gratitude as a favorite treasure. Of course, Vol wasn't the most wretched of the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors. The most wretched ones were Guan Jing and Mo Dandan. Guan Jing was the last to join the Zodiac Guardian Warriors. He was not an innate awakened, and until now he had just barely entered the 1-cloud level. He was a very selfish person, but as someone who had been in the industry before, he had finally selected 10 handsome youths from the 4 major families to join his team. How could he bear to let them get hurt? He used all his Thundercloud force to use the only skill he could use, Roaring Pig World. His body swelled up like a huge meat mound, and like Vol, he blocked many attacks from the hurricanes. His strength was not as good as Vol, so now his body was covered in blood. Other than a few pieces of cloth, most of his body was exposed. This was with the help of Shangbing, otherwise he would have been torn apart by the hurricanes. At this time, the treatment he received was similar to that of Vol. His subordinates, who had survived the disaster, were busy treating his injuries. Mo Dan's situation was not much better than Guanjing's, although her clothes were saved. However, her meatball-like face had already swelled up. Who asked the Ox Zodiac warriors to only be able to use their heads for most of their skills? Although his subordinates did not receive much care, but the crazy state of Mo Dan when resisting the hurricanes still made these youths admire her. Yan Xiaoyi could be said to be the weakest among the Zodiac Guardian warriors, but he was in good condition. The Goat warrior's important abilities were healing and defense. Therefore, although he only had the strength of Sanyun, he did a very good job in protecting his teammates. The gentle Goat Thundercloud force was able to skillfully deflect the hurricanes. Although his teammates were also injured, the healing ability of the Goat Thundercloud force was undoubtedly displayed. However, Yang Yunli's healing abilities were undeniable. Other than the few strongest Zodiac warriors, the members of this team were the most complete. At this time, this lecherous guy was looking for the injured female members of the other teams, rushing to heal them. Su Dong looked at the large number of injured soldiers with a bitter smile. The light in his eyes dimmed a little. It seemed that everyone's strength was still far from enough. Their reactions were also a little slow. If he could have acted earlier, perhaps the situation would have been better. However, the energy of the hurricanes was indeed very strange. Although they looked huge, their energy did not cause a destructive blow. This was a blessing in disguise. Just as the group of over 100 people started to rest, preparing to leave the terrifying mountain peak after recovering a little, 2 huge figures, one black and one white, had quietly appeared at the peak of the mountain above them. The white figure said to the black figure worriedly, "Hubby, will there be any problems if we do this?" The black figure laughed and said, "Even if there is a problem, it's not our problem. Anyway, he was the one who told us to do it. Come on, let's begin. I know why I feel so comfortable watching others being tortured." The white figure said unhappily, "Is that so? Good. Looks like you want to torture me too." No, don't pinch me. I just accidentally said the truth. I was just saying it casually. Let's begin." As he spoke, the huge black figure raised his upper body. However, he spat out a white stream of air into the air. Under the influence of the white stream of air, Another mountain not far away began to gradually fluctuate, and a series of loud, rumbling sounds gradually rang out. After the previous hurricane attack, at this time, the Zodiac warriors were already frightened birds. The sudden series of loud noises and the sudden tremors under their feet made them, subconsciously, look up into the sky. Fortunately, after the hurricane left, the sky had already returned to blue, and there seemed to be nothing wrong with it. However, where did this thunder-like roar come from? Of course, they couldn't see that, at this time, on the mountain behind the one they were climbing, a huge layer of snow had already rushed down from the strong tremors. At this time, it had already rushed to the other side of the mountain they were on, and with the help of the strong momentum, it was in the process of climbing over the mountain. Guan Ping and Su Dong looked at each other, and Su Dong asked, "What's going on?" Guan Ping thought for a moment and said, "It sounds like an avalanche, but the snow on the surface of our mountain has been swept away by the previous hurricane. There's only ice left. How can it be an avalanche? But this sound—" Suddenly a sharp voice sounded. It was Yan Xiaoyi. "Oh my God! Who said it's all ice? Look!" Everyone turned their eyes to the top of the mountain. What they saw was a white mist whistling down, and a huge amount of snow was whistling down from the top of the mountain, which was more than 3,000 meters high. It seemed that the avalanche was coming in their direction. Everyone stood up from the ground as if they had been injected with steroids. However, they were, after all, the elites of the 4 big families. For a moment, none of them chose to immediately run away, because they were all true snappers, and even if they ran away now, it would be of no use. No matter how fast they were, it was impossible for them to be faster than an avalanche falling from the sky. What's more, at this time, they did not even have 10% of their strength left. Avalanches were absolutely terrifying, especially the stones and crushed ice mixed in the snow, which were enough to be fatal. At the critical moment, Guan Ping, who was the most educated, made the right choice. He shouted loudly, "Quick, everyone, grab the thicker plants around you and hide your body behind the plants. No matter what, don't let go. Quick!" At this moment, this was all they could do. When the huge snowfall fell from the sky, it only took an instant to erase more than 100 people from the first peak of the Kunlun mountain range. The terrifying avalanche swallowed their bodies and extended the snow line all the way to the foot of the mountain. Avalanches had always been a natural disaster in an instant. They came and went quickly. In just a few minutes, the surging snow had disappeared. "No, I can't hold on any longer," Su Dong shouted in a somewhat mournful voice. For a moment, there was a loud thud, and more than 10 figures fell from the sky almost at the same time, falling into the soft snow layer. It turned out that when the avalanche came, at the critical moment, Su Dong, who was the only one who could fly, could only save his closest companions. All the Zodiac guardian warriors held hands together, and he tried his best to fly them up. It was not an easy task to carry more than 10 people with one pair of wings. Moreover, after using the great sun destruction magic and resisting the hurricane, Su Dong did not have much energy left. In addition to the other 10 Zodiac guardian warriors, he also carried Shangbing and the plant soul. He was carrying 12 people. However, although he did not hold on for long, at least he had saved them from being baptized by the avalanche. They struggled to get up from the thick snow and could not help but look at each other. Hu Guang cursed. "Damn it, don't tell me we're all dead on the first day. This weather is too strange. There's a hurricane and an avalanche. I don't know if it's because we're too unlucky." Yan Xiaoyi did not forget to bicker with Hu Guang. "It's not because we're unlucky, it's because you're unlucky and you've dragged everyone down with you." Just as Hu Guang was about to lose his temper, Guan Ping said, "All right, let's not talk about this. Let's hurry up and save the others, as many as we can. I don't know if Chi Yu has found out about the situation here. If he's here, we might be able to save more people." He just hoped that everyone could hear his voice before the avalanche came, so that at least they would not be swept away by the snow. Otherwise, even if they had the ability to move heaven and earth, they would not know where to find their teammates. Right at this moment, 2 figures flew up from the foot of the mountain. Everyone looked over and saw that it was the Snow Lady and Ryu. Before they could greet the crowd, the two girls immediately started moving. The Snow Lady floated in midair, her right hand constantly pointing at the layer of snow below. Ryu was beside her, and her dragon cloud force was activated. Wherever the Snow Lady pointed, Ryu waved her hand and grabbed. Every time the Snow Lady pointed, there would be a cloud of snow mist and a figure. It turned out that when the avalanche came, Chiyu had told them that today's training was about to begin. Snow Girl would be in charge of searching for people in the snow, while Ryue would be in charge of rescuing people and treating them. That was why the two girls could arrive so quickly. The other Zodiac Guardian Warriors saw that the two girls had begun to rescue people, and hurriedly gathered the people that Ryue had rescued. These youths from the 4 big families had probably never suffered like this before. After all, they had not been buried for a long time. Most of them were still conscious, but now they could not move at all. Frightened and affected by the outside world, it was already good that they did not collapse. Their bodies were trembling, and they no longer had the strength to resist the cold. Snow Girl and Ryue moved very quickly. In just a short while, they had rescued a total of 120 people from the layer of snow. These youths were of good quality, and they had also received some survival training. Therefore, when Guanping shouted, all of them found nearby plants and held on tightly. Only a few unlucky ones were uprooted by the avalanche and rolled away. When they were rescued, they had more wounds on their bodies. Snow Girl and Ryue started the healing process at the same time. Their energy was still very abundant. The two's methods of saving people were completely different. Snow Girl used her own energy to absorb the cold air from the youth's bodies, while Ryue used her thundercloud force to help them expel the cold air from their bodies. Fortunately, the two women's energy was very strong. Although they were busy for a while, they were still able to take care of everyone. Although these people had already lost their ability to move, at least they were able to save their lives. When Ryue finished healing the last person, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief and said, "All right, it's done." She was the strongest among the Zodiac Guardian apart from Chiyu. Although she had healed a lot of people, the thundercloud force she consumed was still limited. Ryue turned to the other Zodiac Guardian Warriors and said, "Chiyu said that each of you carry your teammates down the mountain. Today's training is temporarily over." The Zodiac Guardian God Warriors couldn't help but look at each other. After being baptized by the avalanche, it could be said that this mountain could be said to be difficult to move an inch. The thick snow had greatly reduced their speed, not to mention carrying people after consuming a large amount of their own cloud energy. Even walking on their own would be a problem. Su Dong, Guanping, and the others were slightly better off. When Mo Dan and Guan Jing heard Ryue's words, their expressions changed. Mo Dan was the first to react. She calmly moved in front of Ryue and put on a pitiful look and said, "Sister Ryue, you see, I really don't have any strength left. You definitely can't bear to let me carry people. Can you help me? I know that with your strength, you can easily carry my team down." Guan Jing said indignantly, "Mo Dan, don't be so shameless. You may be pitiful, but can you be more pitiful than me? You have to know that I am the last one to join the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, and also the weakest one. Even if Sister Ryue wants to help, she will definitely help me. Isn't that right, Sister Ryue?" Ryue was stunned for a moment. She looked at Guan Jing and Mo Dan, as well as Vol and Yan Xiaoyi, who were looking at her with longing eyes. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. She didn't want to go against Chiyu's words, but she also didn't want to see her companions in so much pain. Indeed, with the abilities of the 4 weakest Zodiac Guardian Warriors, it was already difficult for them to walk down the mountain by themselves, let alone carry others down the mountain. However, Ryue's hesitation didn't last for too long, because someone had already made the decision for her. A huge pressure came from the top of the mountain without warning. The Zodiac Guardian Warriors couldn't help but raise their heads at the same time. Ian cursed. F***CK, are you done yet? Hey, what's that? They looked up and saw the same scene. They saw two figures, one black and one white, that didn't look very big, quickly descending from the sky, and the direction they were heading was exactly where they were. Ryue and Snow Girl's eyesight was the best among them. They clearly saw two dragon-shaped creatures flying down from the top of the mountain, and the huge pressure came from them. Although Ryue didn't know these two dragon-shaped creatures, Snow Girl did. They were the deep-sea nether snake that Chiyu and Kirin Shintaka subdued, the current deep-sea abyssal dragon and his wife, White Dragon, one black and one white. The two giant dragons' bodies were more than 20 meters long, especially the deep-sea abyssal dragon, who seemed to be full of invisible aura as he moved in the snow. A pair of purple eyes revealed an ominous glint, completely releasing the aura of a fierce beast. It was obvious that he didn't have good intentions. Before going up the mountain, Snow Girl had already received Chiyu's instructions. Seeing the two dragons coming, she immediately cried out, "Everyone be careful, it's a fierce beast. I'm afraid they're going to attack us. Sister Ryue, let's hurry up and block them." The others quickly led their team members to retreat. "I'm afraid it'll be too late if we're late." Seeing the two dragons coming down from the mountain, Ryue's expression became serious. She flew up and faced them alone. Snow Girl didn't dare to expose Chiyu's plan, so she quickly followed behind Ryue. She hurriedly followed Ryue. Anyway, she knew the two dragons, so they could not really hurt Ryue and the others. The Zodiac Guardian God Warriors looked at each other, and Sudong said resolutely, "I'll stay. You guys hurry down the mountain and find Boss. Only he can defeat such a powerful, fierce beast." Guanping said hurriedly, "No, I'll stay. You guys used up too much energy just now." Sudong said angrily, "All right, stop arguing. You guys quickly find Boss. That's the best help for me. Don't forget I can fly. If I really can't do it, I can still escape." Ryue definitely won't be able to resist such a powerful, fierce beast alone. As he said that, he quickly flew up and chased after Ryue and Snow Girl. Guanping took a deep breath. Sudong had left, so he had to temporarily take charge. "Everyone hurry up. Saving people is more important." At this time, Ming Ming said, "I have a way to save people down the mountain in the shortest time possible. However, I need your help. Which one of you has more energy?" En and Hu Guang said at the same time, "We're fine. We haven't resisted the hurricane yet, so we still have about 70% of our strength." Ming Ming nodded and said, "Good. Now transfer your energy to me. Don't stop. I'll be responsible for sending everyone down as fast as possible. However, I don't know how long I can last. How many people can the others bring down? Just start as fast as you can." Hu Guang and Ian looked at Ming Ming in surprise. However, they didn't hesitate and hurried to Ming Ming's side. Under Ming Ming's instructions, they each stood behind Ming Ming and pressed on Ming Ming's shoulders. Ming Ming took a deep breath, and the light in her eyes became stronger. After these days of recovery, her strength was about 60% of her peak state. The energy of the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors came from the same source. Although she couldn't absorb it like Chiyu, with the help of En and Hu Guang, who were at least 5 clouds, she immediately used her strongest ability. A bright phoenix cry came from Ming Ming's mouth, and a rainbow light started to fluctuate around her body. A huge amount of energy with a gentle aura enveloped Ming Ming's body. Feathers appeared, and her arms were completely covered. His body also began to change in the 7-colored energy. Young Phoenix transformation. It was the Young Phoenix transformation. With Ming Ming's strength, it was very difficult to use this ability, especially before her strength recovered. However, she had no other choice. Who knew how long Ryue and Sudong could last under the attack of the two ferocious beasts? She knew very well how important this training was to Chiyu. Of course, she didn't want anyone to get hurt during the training. Therefore, she used her strongest ability on Hu Guang and An's Huqin. The rainbow bird appeared out of thin air. Ming Ming absorbed a large amount of energy from Hu Guang and Ian, and finally completed the young phoenix transformation. However, compared to the last time, the light on this young phoenix was much dimmer. Ming Ming didn't dare to be negligent. She flapped her huge wings, stirring up a huge wind. Immediately, more than 10 people on the ground were swept up by her energy and flew into the air. Her body flashed, and Ming Ming caught these people on her back. She stretched her wings as far as possible to both sides of her body. In order to save energy, she glided down the mountain. Mo Dan looked at Ming Ming's leaving figure and couldn't help but praise. So beautiful! Sister Ming Ming actually turned into a big bird. So beautiful. Guan Jing said in a bad mood, "All right, let's hurry up and go. It's also good to be able to bring another person with me." As he spoke, he barely managed to carry a person on his shoulder and walked down the mountain step by step. Other than Hu Guang and Ian, the other Zodiac Guardian warriors all moved. Modi and Guan Ping were the fastest. The two of them grabbed 2 people each, and with their unique running skills, disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chi Yu stood far away in the forest at the foot of the mountain, watching Ming Ming, who had turned into a young phoenix, fly down from the sky. He couldn't help but feel distressed. However, he was very clear that he absolutely couldn't help it this time. Otherwise, if he helped Ming Ming, what would the others think? Since he had decided to carry out the training with the goal of improving everyone's strength, then he must treat everyone equally. With a deep sigh, Chiyu hid himself with Kirin and used his spiritual power to cut off all the Zodiac Guardian warriors who could use their spiritual aura to contact him. When Ming Ming finished transporting the first wave of people, the energy in her body was already very depleted. Although the young phoenix transformation could increase her strength, it also consumed a lot of energy. When resisting the hurricane, she didn't take the initiative to attack, but in order to protect her teammates, she had already used up a lot of energy. Gritting her teeth, after sending the people to the village, Ming Ming immediately soared into the sky again. The Zodiac Guardian warriors were transporting their teammates, while Su Dong and Ryue were also fighting with the black and white twin dragons. Ryue constantly let out powerful dragon roars. As she got closer, she could see the terror of the pair of dragons in front of her. Their huge bodies looked like mountains, and they were moving very fast. Their huge bodies didn't affect their agility at all. Seeing that they were already in front of them, the huge black dragon suddenly raised its upper body and spat a purple light at Ryue. Chapter 221. With a loud bang, Ryue's delicate body was sent flying. She was shocked to find that the dragon thundercloud force she had unleashed was making popping sounds under the effect of the purple light, as if it was being corroded. At the same time, her body felt numb after being enveloped by the purple light. If she had not been prepared and retreated at the same time as she was bombarded, she would have been injured. A casual attack from the black dragon had such an effect. It was obvious how powerful this beast was. It was not inferior to the golden winged roc, and its aura was even more terrifying. Ryue's judgment was right. After the deep-sea nether snake evolved into a deep-sea abyssal dragon, it was no longer affected by the environment. It did not need to be in the water to exert its powerful strength, especially under the influence of Chiyu, who was not an ordinary deep-sea abyssal dragon, but abyssal dragon with water and thunder attributes. The attack he launched directly had 2 attributes and was more than 10,000 years old. Now, even if he encountered a powerful existence like the deep-sea abyssal dragon king, he could still hold on for a certain period of time. Although Ryue's strength was not weak, compared to the evolved deep-sea abyssal dragon, there was still some gap. Seeing Ryue's leg being blasted, Su Dong could not help but panic. He let out a tiger roar intimidating the two dragons on the ground. He put his swollen palms together in front of him, and a strong flame aura condensed into a fire arrow shooting down. His actual combat experience was no less than Ryue's. After receiving guidance from Chiyu, he understood that in order to better exert his attack power, he had to make the attack more condensed. Although the two dragons below were black and white from their attributes, they both leaned towards the water attribute. Therefore, Su Dong used his best fire ability. The fire arrow split into two in the air, shooting towards the eyes of the black and white dragons. Snow Girl floated in the air. Although she knew that the black and white twin dragons must have received instructions from Chiyu, she could only start attacking since she could not reveal the truth. She floated in the air and kept throwing sharp icicles at the twin dragons. Su Dong didn't know much about Snow Girl's strength, so he didn't see that Snow Girl was holding back in her attack. His fire arrow did have a certain impact on the twin dragons. Even with their power, they wouldn't dare to let such a concentrated fire arrow hit their eyes. The deep-sea abyssal dragon secretly cursed Su Dong for being so vicious. Its huge body began to sway left and right at a very fast speed. At the same time, beams of purple energy shrouded Su Dong, who was in the air. The white dragon stood still, as if it was watching a show, watching its husband's performance. Su Dong had used up too much energy previously. Under the deep-sea abyssal dragon's attack, he couldn't hold on for long. Just as he was thinking that he was going to die, the deep-sea abyssal dragon's body suddenly trembled, and its continuous attack stopped. It wasn't that he wanted to go easy, but because the deep-sea abyssal dragon suddenly felt the aura from Mingming. Phoenixes were the biggest nemesis of reptilian ferocious beasts like them. Although Mingming couldn't really transform into a phoenix, yet the deep-sea abyssal dragon was shocked by the phoenix aura brought by the young phoenix transformation. Because of this, Su Dong had a chance to catch his breath. A loud and angry dragon roar came from behind Su Dong. After being sent flying by the black dragon, Ryue knew that she couldn't resist the two dragons without going all out. Therefore, she chose to transform into her super form while floating in the air. Divine Dragon Transformation. Ryue could use the Divine Dragon Transformation freely after reaching 7 clouds. The huge, crystal-clear dragon body suddenly appeared in the air. Its ruby-like eyes and massive dragon aura immediately attracted the attention of the black and white dragons below. Ryue's dragon aura was different from the black and white dragons. The black dragon was a ferocious beast to begin with, but the white dragon was a transformation of the white flood dragon after it evolved. It wasn't a real divine dragon, but the bloodline that Ryue inherited was the bloodline of the Azure Dragon, one of the 4 ancient divine beasts. Therefore, her dragon aura was more authentic than the black and white dragons. In the eyes of the black and white dragons, she was a natural high-level divine beast. It was just that her abilities were slightly inferior. What surprised them the most was that there was a pair of wings on the back of Ryue's divine dragon, which was different from the dragons they knew. After the transformation, Ryue's abilities were immediately raised to the peak. Although her body was less than a third of the black dragon's size, her aura was already enough to fight against the black dragon. She swung her huge body, and the dragon tail wrapped around Su Dong and threw her away. Then she flew up and blocked in front of the black and white dragons. The red light in Ryue's eyes became brighter and brighter. Layers of white light spread from the dragon scales on her body. The pressure that the black and white dragons gave her was too great, so she had to raise her energy to the limit. Ryue's body was very special, because she had some characteristics of the Western Dragon Clan. Her strength was even stronger than the traditional dragon warriors. Now that she was facing a strong enemy, the domineering aura in her heart was completely aroused. Not only did she not have any intention of retreating, but her fighting spirit also became stronger. The range of the milky white light was expanding, and the crazy domineering aura was constantly increasing. The black and white dragons looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. This was because they realized that the aura that Ryue was emitting was actually a power that was close to a domain. One should know that a domain was definitely a representation of strength during the era of the ancient beasts. Even with the strength of the deep-sea abyssal dragon after reaching the 10,000-year level, he only had an ordinary domain. And Ryue was recognized by the deep-sea abyssal dragon. How many years had she cultivated? She actually had the power of a domain. Their judgment was not wrong. What Ryue was displaying now was her domain. Ever since Chiyu told her that if she wanted to become stronger, she had to have her own domain. Ryue had been working hard to cultivate. With her unremitting efforts, she finally used her own dragon thundercloud force as a foundation and found the transformation ability of her own domain. She had found out the transformation ability of her own domain. Although this domain was far from mature, it had become an evolvable domain after Ryu's cultivation. As Ryu's strength continued to improve, it would evolve and become more powerful. Although this domain was far from mature now, under Ryu's cultivation, it had become an evolvable domain. It would evolve and become stronger as Ryu's strength continued to improve. The milky white light was like a cloud in the sky. In this light, Ryu's aura gradually became more and more domineering. Ryue named this domain Dragon's Domain. She named it after the courtyard she lived in the Dragon's Domain. Her dragon power would be greatly enhanced. After the domain was truly completed, this was the first time Ryue used it against an enemy, apart from the battle with Chiyu. Compared to the previous time, her dragon's domain was much stronger now. A powerful dragon's roar came from Ryue's mouth. The black and white dragons felt their bodies tense up at the same time. An abnormal feeling of oppression appeared in their hearts. Dragon's might. This was dragon's might. To be able to suppress two dragons at the same time with dragon's might was enough for Ryue to be proud. The black dragon raised his head and looked at Ryue in the sky in an unruly manner. His purplish-black eyes began to emit layers of strong energy waves. He also roared. Compared to Ryue's loud and clear voice, it was much deeper. At the same time, a layer of deep purple light emanated from the black dragon's body. That huge wave of energy began to expand rapidly in the shape of a wave. Every time the energy wave fluctuated, the surrounding light would dim a little. It was as if it was covering the sky. It swept towards Ryue's body. After being thrown away by Ryue, Sudong struggled to control his body. The dizzy feeling made him feel extremely uncomfortable. He also knew that Ryue was doing this for his own good. With his current strength, he was no longer of any help to Ryue. When he calmed down, he saw the black dragon's power. The huge purplish-black light was much larger than Ryue's dragon's domain. In an instant, it pushed Ryue's body up, and the dragon's might released by Ryue was also neutralized. What a familiar feeling. Sudong could not help but feel a little puzzled. Although the black dragon's attack was filled with the aura of fear, this aura of fear was extremely familiar to him. It was as if he had seen it somewhere before. Of course he had seen it before. The technique that Black Dragon was currently using was the violet flame hell that he had used the first time he had met Chiyu. If Chiyu had not used the divine Qilin descent in time, he and Sudong would have long since been destroyed in the violet flame hell. After evolving to the 10,000-year level, the Black Dragon could use this powerful technique in any situation. It was no wonder that Sudong felt that it was familiar. Sudong gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to rush forward to help Ryue again, Snow Girl suddenly let out a cry of surprise. It turned out that the white dragon, who had not moved all this time, finally moved when the black dragon used the purple inferno hell. The huge dragon's body quickly moved forward, and a surging mist was spat out from her mouth. The Snow Girl was enveloped in the mist and was currently struggling with all her might. She looked like she was in extreme pain. In fact, Even Snow Girl did not expect the white dragon to suddenly attack her. The surging mist was filled with powerful energy, and it was abnormally viscous, constantly binding her body. In desperation, Snow Girl did not dare to hold back and could only raise her energy to the limit. She did not try to struggle out. Instead, she completely released her ice ability in an attempt to freeze the mist. With her ability in the ice and snow, it was much easier to deal with her. When Sudong saw that Snow Girl was in danger, he hurriedly gave up on Ryue. Wen Ting was already dead, and he knew how important Snow Girl was to Chiyu. Although he knew that he did not have much energy left, he still gritted his teeth and rushed forward. The white dragon's body was 2 sizes smaller than the black dragon's, but it was more agile. When Su Dongcheng was about to launch an attack, he suddenly realized that the white dragon could actually fly. He did not know that as long as a dragon was upgraded, regardless of whether it was a ferocious beast or a divine beast, they could all fly. Not only the white dragon, but the black dragon below could also fly. The white dragon rose into the air without warning, and Su Dong had no chance to react. The huge dragon's tail swept heavily on his body, and an irresistible force came instantly, smashing his body down like a rubber ball. Amidst the loud bang, the poor Zodiac tiger left a mark on the snow, but his body was deeply embedded in it. It was as if he was a statue, and even his wings could be clearly seen. The white dragon's attack sent him into a coma. On one side, Su Dong was killed by the white dragon. On the other side, Ryue did not feel good facing the black dragon's purple sun hell. Fortunately, she was in her perfect state. The divine dragon transformation had raised her strength to the limit, and the dragon realm had greatly increased the strength of her dragon power. Only then could she fight against the black dragon. White spots of light condensed around Ryue's body, and the huge dragon wings suddenly flapped. Every spot of white light was like a mini bomb that bombarded the black dragon's huge body. The penetrating power of the dragon wings crusher was much stronger than before. Although the purple sun hell was like a swamp, and most of the starlight was trapped in it, there were rapid explosions, and the purple sun hell also fluctuated. Some of the starlight successfully passed through the purple sun hell and bombarded the black dragon's body. The black dragon did not expect Ryue to be so strong, and instantly suffered a small loss. The dragon wings crusher had a strong penetrating power. Fortunately, the purple sun hell had neutralized most of the energy. Although the black dragon was in great pain, he did not suffer any real damage. Ryue's domineering aura was obvious at this moment. Although she knew that the other party was stronger than her, she did not have any intention of retreating. The huge dragon wings spread open on her back, and her body suddenly rose into the air. She raised the dragon power in her body to the limit, and the huge dragon power condensed into a huge energy wave that gathered into a ball of light with a diameter of 3 meters in front of her. What was strange was that although the ball of light was huge, the energy that attacked the black dragon was only a thin beam. Just like Su Dong, Ryue had also received guidance from Chiyu on condensing energy to attack. She knew that when facing a strong enemy, the only way to cause real damage to the enemy was to condense as much energy as possible into a single point to attack. The purple eyes of the black dragon changed slightly. Seeing a white light beam shooting towards his head, he immediately became nervous. He no longer underestimated it. The purple sun hell suddenly shrank and twisted towards the white light beam. However, how could the attack that was condensed from all of Ryue's energy be so easy to block? The huge dragon power condensed in the narrow space was like a solid object. Even though the purple sun hell had shrunk, it was instantly penetrated by the dragon power's attack. However, the obstruction of the purple sun hell gave the black dragon time to prepare. The black dragon suddenly opened its bloody mouth, and a purple electric light shot out from its mouth. The electric light was not like Ryue's light beam, which was connected to her body and disappeared in a flash. However, the power of that flash caused the light beam shot out by Ryue to be violently bombarded. In an instant, the lightning energy in the air suddenly increased, and in the midst of the loud bang, both Ryue in the air and the black dragon on the ground trembled at the same time. The huge energy wave formed a huge shock wave. It sent Snow Girl, who had just broken through the white dragon's attack, flying a few hundred meters away. The black dragon let out an angry roar, thinking to himself, "How embarrassing!" Chi-Yu finally gave him a mission, and he actually got himself an evenly matched opponent. The black dragon's desire to win also increased the black dragon's momentum. Purple energy revolved around his body, and his huge body bombarded the ground for a while. Using the rebound force, he soared into the air and directly pounced in the direction of Ryue. The long-distance battle turned into a close combat battle. The Zodiac Dragon Warrior and the Black Dragon started a battle of experts in the air. Although it was close combat, they did not really collide with each other physically. Their respective dragon powers were emitted from their bodies, and their energy would often collide when they were still a few meters away from each other. In an instant, a series of intense explosions sounded in the sky above the Kunlun mountain range. Each explosion would produce a huge energy wave. Now, even if Snow Girl wanted to help Ryue, it would be difficult for her to get close to the center of the battlefield. White Dragon coiled around the ground, watching the battle between her husband and Ryue. She knew the Black Dragon's strength very well, so she was not worried. Even if she could not win, the Black Dragon would at least not lose against someone of Ryue's level. She still had this bit of confidence. As the battle entered a white-hot state, Ming Ming had already gone back and forth from the mountainside to the camp 5 times. Every time she returned to the mountainside, En and Huguang would inject energy into her to help her maintain the fledgling phoenix transformation. After 5 consecutive times, Ming Ming's expression became extremely weary. If not for the belief in her heart supporting her, she might have already collapsed. However, with the help of her fledgling phoenix transformation, in a short period of time, half of the people had already been transported back to the camp. Mo Dan, Guanjing, and the other weaker Zodiac warriors had also returned to the camp, while Guanping and Modi had also gone back and forth from the mountainside to the camp 3 times. Now, only a few people had not been sent down. Ming Ming, don't come back after you go down this time. Leave the rest to me and Ian. You still haven't found that guy Chi-Yu? Where did he go? Huguang said with some worry. Looking at Ming Ming gritting her teeth while being transported, he couldn't help but feel heartache. The Zodiac warriors had been together for a long time. Huguang had always liked Ming Ming and treated her like his own sister. Seeing that Ming Ming was suffering so much, he really couldn't bear to let Ming Ming continue. Ming Ming once again placed the person on her back and looked at the remaining people. There were about 30 youths from the 4 big families lying on the ground. She shook her head and said no. If I don't come back, I'm afraid you won't be able to save them in time. If those 2 dragons attack, I'm afraid. Huguang also knew that what Ming Ming said was the truth. However, as an underworld boss, in his heart, Ming Ming's health was much more important than the people from the 4 big families. Just when he was about to dissuade Ming Ming again, a voice suddenly sounded. Ian is right. Ming Ming, you have reached your limit. If you continue, you will hurt your vitality. Listen to me and go down. Leave the rest to me. Chi-Yu had unknowingly arrived at the waist of the mountain. A wave of pure nature energy was emitted from his hand and injected into Ming Ming's body. Ming Ming's spirit was immediately shaken and her weary appearance disappeared. The fledgling phoenix transformation also once again revealed its rainbow radiance. Seeing Chi-Yu appear, she immediately calmed down and said, Chi-Yu, I'm afraid Sister Ryue can't hold on anymore. You should help her fight off the enemies first. Chi-Yu said, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. All of you go down. I will directly transport the rest down. Don't let Guan Ping and the rest come up again. In fact, according to Qi Yu's original plan, he wanted to train them for a while longer. Under the pressure of the black and white dragons, these Zodiac warriors could stimulate their potential. However, he really couldn't bear to see Ming Ming continue to be transported like this. After all, she was his woman. He still couldn't be completely selfless. Ian said angrily, "I say, Chiyu, where did you go just now? We were almost buried by the avalanche, and there was even a hurricane before that. Is this the era of the ancient beasts you were talking about? Isn't this a little too dangerous?" Chiyu said indifferently, "What? You can't even hold on in such a difficult situation? If this is the case, how can you improve your strength? This is just the beginning. Hurry up and go down the mountain." As he spoke, the green power of wind and clouds began to revolve around his body. With a wave of his right hand, a strong gust of wind blew, and the green energy swept up the remaining youths of the 4 great clans from the ground. Like a huge cushion, it carried their bodies down the mountain. The battle between the Black Dragon and Ruyue continued until everyone had gone down the mountain. It wasn't clear who won. When Ruyue's thundercloud force was almost exhausted, the Black Dragon suddenly launched a powerful attack. After forcing Ruyue back, it immediately escaped with the White Dragon. Although Ruyue was strong, she couldn't wait for them to leave. Qi Yu didn't come, and she knew that she couldn't defeat the 2 dragons in front of her. She secretly cursed in her heart. When Qi Yu came, she would teach the 2 of them a lesson. Finally, after experiencing a test of life and death, everyone returned to the camp. The youths of the 4 families returned after the coldness in their bodies was removed by Ryu and Snow Girl. They didn't even have the strength to crawl back to their respective rooms and immediately fell asleep. Even Mo Dan and Guan Jing were the same. Vol and Yan Xiaoyi also barely held on and didn't let themselves fall. Everyone gathered around Qi Yu. Guan Ping looked at Qi Yu with a strange gaze. "Qi Yu, what's going on? Could it be that the era of the ancient beasts was so dangerous? If that's the case, I don't think this place is suitable for the 4 families to train. It's too dangerous. If this continues, I'm afraid there will be casualties tomorrow." Qi Yu stood there calmly. The white hair on his head fell naturally, and his hands were behind his back. "You have failed today's training. You didn't climb to the top of the mountain. Can't see clearly. Do you think today's training was difficult?" The Zodiac warriors who were still awake couldn't help but be stunned. Failed? Not to mention failure. They felt lucky to come back alive. When everyone returned to the camp, even they couldn't believe that no one died. Tornadoes and avalanches. Those were 2 of the most terrible disasters in nature. Today, they actually encountered all of them. Hu Guang said angrily, "Qi Yu, you still remember to train now. Don't tell me you didn't notice that we were attacked by tornadoes and avalanches. Why did you come to rescue so late?" "Qi Yu, don't. I won't say any more. We will continue tomorrow. The mission is still to climb the first mountain." "No," Guan Ping said firmly. "Qi Yu, calm down. If we continue, I'm afraid even we won't be able to hold on. If it weren't for Ruyue's timely arrival, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. Maybe the natural disaster won't happen again, but those 2 powerful beasts are enough to pose a threat to us. Maybe we can still protect ourselves, but what about the 4 families? Don't tell me you want them all to die here? Judging from their current physical condition, whether they can get up tomorrow morning is still a problem." Qi Yu turned his body to Guan Ping and said, "You don't need to worry about this. Hurry up and go rest. Tomorrow morning, you will naturally understand why I let you continue training. You don't need to participate in tomorrow morning's training. The 120 people from the 4 families will go up the mountain by themselves. All right, let's all go rest and have something to eat." While speaking, he pressed his right hand on the Kirin bead on his chest. With a burst of dense qi, a large number of fruits suddenly appeared on the ground. Seeing these fruits, the Zodiac Guardian warriors looked a little better. In their hearts, They all thought that he went to pick fruits for them. No wonder the rescue was a little late. Although they were puzzled why he asked them to continue training tomorrow, they still ate the fruits and relaxed their bodies to rest. After everything that happened before, they were now in urgent need of energy replenishment. Food was naturally one of the good choices. The entire training only lasted about 3 hours. After instructing everyone, he immediately returned to Ryua's stone house to cultivate. At this time, Ryua's state was less than 30% of her best. She had used all her strength in the battle with the Black Dragon. If the Black Dragon hadn't suddenly left at the end, perhaps she would have been the one who lost. When the Zodiac Guardian Warriors returned to their respective rooms to cultivate and recover, a person quietly walked out of the room. At this time in the entire camp, he was probably the only one who was still awake. Feeling the uniform breathing sound in the camp, Chiyu couldn't help but sigh and said to himself, "I hope you can understand my painstaking efforts. As long as it's possible, I won't let anyone get hurt. If you don't really struggle on the edge of life and death, how can you grow quickly? Even if this edge of life and death is created by me for you." After saying this, Chiyu's figure disappeared from a room of the 4 families. He didn't help these people, but he supported their bodies with energy, maintaining a meditative state, and used his thundercloud force to activate their own energy. After all, these young people had cultivated for a long time. As long as the energy was activated, they would automatically cultivate according to the original method. After helping everyone enter the state of cultivation, it was already an hour later. Returning to the empty space, Chiyu raised his head to look at the sky, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Old friend, you're here?" As he said this, he soared into the sky and stretched his arms to his sides, drawing a beautiful arc as he flew towards the direction of the primeval forest. Familiar auras quickly approached each other. Chiyu's flying body stopped, and he quietly waited in midair for something. Time compensated. A fiery red figure practically flickered in his direction. It was so fast that the naked eye couldn't see it clearly. However, it didn't affect Chiyu's perception of it. After all, Chiyu used the mind's eye to see everything in the world. In a place full of natural energy, the mind's eye could be used much more effectively than in the modern world. "Senior Emohua, you've come." Chiyu smiled and greeted him. Yes, it was Emohua. At this moment, he didn't reveal his original form. Instead, he had transformed into a handsome middle-aged man and appeared in front of Chiyu in the blink of an eye. He couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Chiyu's appearance. "Chiyu, how did you become like this? Did something happen? I rushed over as soon as I sensed your aura." As the king of the divine beasts and the patriarch of the Kirin clan, Emohua was naturally the most sensitive to Kirin's aura. How could he not sense Chiyu's sudden appearance in the era of the ancient beasts? Emohua was overjoyed when he realized that Lu Xian had appeared. He put down everything he was doing and rushed over as fast as he could. Chiyu smiled bitterly and said, "It's a long story. I've brought many people with me this time, as well as the weapons you need. Senior Emohua, how's the situation here? Are the beasts still as savage as before?" Emohua sighed and said, "Sometimes the appearance of a hero is enough to change the entire situation, and you're our hero. After you extended the lifespan of us old fellows, the confidence of the entire Qilin clan rose. Especially after I received the news that you had already subdued the Ox Demon King. I immediately began to organize our mythological beast members to launch a counterattack against the ferocious beasts. Before the appearance of the Ox Demon King, the ferocious beasts were not a monolithic block. They had never been. Therefore, even though they outnumbered us mythological beasts, it was difficult for them to gain any advantage in front of us. Now that the king of the beasts, the Bull Demon King, had disappeared, the beasts that were originally united were divided once again. Given their selfish nature, they naturally wouldn't be willing to serve someone else as their king. The 3 great beast kings each led a group of people and divided the entire beast camp into 3 groups. This gave us a chance. After the battle at the airport, we divine beasts have gradually turned the tables on the beasts. Even though they have organized a few powerful counterattacks, we only launched our attacks when they were separated and gained a lot of advantages. I believe that in 100 years at most, we divine beasts will be able to suppress the beasts again. By that time, the Kirin kids will have grown up, and it won't be the Chaos King's turn to show off his power. Chapter 222. The expression in Blackfire's eyes changed. He sighed and said, "The situation isn't too good. After all, we have placed all our focus on fighting against the beasts. We also have to film educational films to avoid large-scale attacks from the beasts. Naturally, we don't have enough time to take care of the humans. After the Yu clan's headquarters was destroyed, the humans became much weaker. Their overall strength is no match for the Jili people. During this period of time, half of the 4 great human clans have been destroyed by the Jili people. Now, they can only gather together and fight against the Jili people. You came at the right time. I hope that the weapons you mentioned can help them turn the situation around. Unfortunately, the Jili people are too powerful. It is said that Chiyu has been reborn. Even we can't find the true headquarters of the Jili people. Now that you're back, if it's possible, could you help the humans?" Chiyu nodded and said, "I have the same thought, but now is not the time. I still need a month before I can show myself. How about this, if it is convenient for you, Elder Blackfire? Please take care of the humans during this month. After I go over, you can focus on fighting against the beasts. How about that?" Blackfire thought for a moment and said, "That shouldn't be a problem. We just had a huge battle with the beasts not long ago. Both sides need to recuperate. Oh, right. The 4 great human clans are currently gathered at the Earth side. You should be very familiar with that place and should be able to find them. The leader of the humans is your mother. However, her strength alone is still limited." After hearing Blackfire's words, Chiyu couldn't help but think of Irua's appearance. Mother, what a heartwarming word. Elder, don't worry. I will definitely bring people over within a month. However, I still need you to tell the humans that the weapons cannot be given for free. They have to exchange for them with fruits. A lot of fruits. Blackfire laughed heartily and said, "That's not a problem. The humans have nothing but fruits. There are plenty in the forest. I will ask them to prepare them for you. Since I have confirmed that you have returned, I will return. I will tell your mother this good news as soon as possible. Don't let her wait too long." Chiyu nodded and said, "Don't worry. I'll be there as soon as possible." The fiery red figure lit up, and Emo, who had disappeared in front of Chiyu. Taking a deep breath, Chiyu knew that he could continue with his plan. Everything was similar to what he had predicted. Although the Bull Demon King was no longer a powerful threat, giving the mythological beasts a chance to rise again, it would still take a long time for them to recover from the disadvantage they had been in for a long time. The human race was at a critical juncture of life and death. All of this was an opportunity for the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors and the youths of the 4 major families to train. 1 month. There was only 1 month left. I hope they can grow faster. Otherwise, when it came to the real battlefield, even he might not be able to take care of everyone. At that time, casualties might really occur. Back at the campsite, Chiyu cultivated until nighttime. No one woke up. After all, the consumption during the day was too much for them, especially those from the 4 great clans. They had never experienced so many dangerous situations. Without Chiyu, they might not be able to recover in a week, let alone a day. However, with the 4 auspicious clouds in Kirin here, how could the training be interrupted? With his spiritual power, he sensed that Ryue was still in a meditative state, under the influence of his source of nature. Her thundercloud force was recovering very quickly. In about an hour, she would be back to her best state. He stood up from the ground lightly. Chiyu suddenly had an urge to kiss Ryue. At this time, he could not help but think of everything that happened with the Snow Girl when he had just returned to the era of the ancient beasts. Kieran's desire in that aspect had always been very strong. Although the sadness made Chi-Yu put his mind on other things, the desire that was aroused by the snow girl began to burn again. However, at this time, it was obviously not the time to pursue his desire. The spiritual power that was restrained because of the training was released again. Chi-Yu sensed the breath of everyone in the camp. Most of the people from the 4 great clans were gradually returning to normal. After all, resting during training was much better than sleeping. Their weak breathing became calm again. Taking a deep breath, Chi-Yu began to mobilize the thundercloud force in his body. Purple, blue, red, and the 4 colors of light flickered on his body. A faint shadow of Kieran appeared around his body. Kieran's breath appeared. Chi-Yu was actually very satisfied with the first day of the training. First of all, the training made everyone use their full strength in a crisis. Some of them even performed better than usual. This stimulated their potential to a certain extent. At the same time, and more importantly, after today's battle, the relationship between all the Zodiac Guardian Warriors and the people from the 4 great clans had changed. The originally unharmonious relationship had become much closer because of the life and death experience. This was what Chi-Yu wanted to see the most. He did not want the people he had trained to not belong to him in the end. Increasing the strength of these more than 100 young people would certainly strengthen the 4 great clans as a whole. However, could the leaders of the 4 great clans imagine what decisions these young people would make in the future? Chi-Yu hoped that through these people, the Zodiac Guardian Warriors and the 4 great clans could really reach a tacit understanding and cooperative relationship. After all, the number of Zodiac Guardian Warriors was limited. With the help of the 4 great clans, it would be much easier to deal with anything. Kieran's breath began to spread out from the stone house. The 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors were the first to be affected. They were very sensitive to Kieran's breath. Under the effect of Kieran's breath, their training speed was much faster than usual. The weaker the Zodiac Guardian Warriors were, the more clearly they could feel it. Chi-Yu's Kieran's thundercloud force prompted them to obtain more energy in the process of training than usual. Chi-Yu concentrated his spiritual power and first helped Mo Dan and Guanjing to transform their bodies. Although he had helped them transform before, they had only cultivated for a short time after all. Their physical conditions were not good, so he had to deliberately take care of them. It was much easier to use the energy of the origin of nature in the era of ancient beasts than in the modern era. Here, Chi-Yu could get rich supplies. With the large original forest, he did not even need to care about his own energy consumption. Under the effect of the energy of the origin of nature, Guanjing and Mo Dan's bodies were transformed. Although it did not directly improve their thundercloud force, it laid a firm foundation for their future training. The origin of nature did not stop. The energy turned and began to cover the qualification camp as a whole. This time, Chi-Yu was indiscriminately assisting. He did not transform anything. Instead, he spread the natural energy he absorbed from nature into the camp through his spiritual power and forcibly injected it into everyone's body. Although it was not a transformation, with such a neutral and peaceful origin of nature energy, everyone had obtained great benefits. Similarly, the weaker one was, the greater the benefits. The 120 youths from the 4 families had been greatly affected by the energy of the origin of nature. Their bodies had already been greatly affected, especially since their bodies were now extremely weak. This made it so that they would not have any resistance towards the energy of the source of nature, making the absorption even more direct. The energy of the origin of nature covered the entire camp for a full hour. When everything was completed, Chi-Yu found that Ruiyue had already woken up from her training. I now understand why you said that they can continue to participate in the training tomorrow. Chi-Yu, you really put in a lot of effort. But why didn't you tell everyone? Ruiyue walked gently to Chi-Yu's side and held his arm. Chi-Yu, it's not that I don't want to tell them, but if I tell everyone the truth, They will feel that no matter how difficult the training is, I will save them in the end. In this way, the original purpose of training will be lost. Only by emitting a strong desire to survive and completely stimulating one's potential is the best way to improve one's strength, isn't it? Ryua smiled and said, I understand. Chiyu, tell me, did you summon those 2 dragons today? Chiyu was stunned and said, How did you know? Ryua said, Why wouldn't I know? Although they launched an attack on us, I also felt that I was facing a huge pressure and seemed unable to resist. But after I came back, I thought about it carefully. Although the pressure brought by those 2 dragons was huge, they didn't have any killing intent. In other words, they didn't really intend to hurt us. When I was already close to my limit, the white dragon, whose strength wasn't much inferior to it, didn't join in. Isn't that enough to explain the problem? But what I don't understand is, why would they be used by you? Chiyu pulled Ryua into his arms and said with a smile, You're always so smart, making me feel more and more pressured. You're right, they were also summoned by me. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence, a hurricane and an avalanche? Ryua giggled and said, If everyone knew that these were all caused by you, I'm afraid they would fight you to the death. Chiyu shrugged and said, I'm also doing it for their own good. However, I don't think the possibility of them daring to challenge me is too high. Actually, I also want to fight first. Why don't you encourage them? Ryua said unhappily, Forget it. Do you think I don't know how strong you are? Based on the state you showed when you activated the Kunlun mirrors that day, even if all of us work together, we might not be able to win. I hope that Dan, Guanjing, and the others can quickly grow up. If that happens, if we all have the strength of 5 clouds and above, you won't be able to do anything. Chi sighed and said, I actually hope that they can quickly grow up. This time's training, at least everyone has to reach 5 clouds and above. At that time, we can start training according to the cultivation method that Master Zagru taught me. Only then can we, the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors, become truly powerful. Ryua turned around in Chiyu's arms and faced Chiyu directly. Her plump breasts pressed against his chest, and she said in a sweet voice, Chiyu, you haven't loved me for a long time. Chiyu's heart suddenly beat faster, and he said, Now is not a good time. We still have the training tomorrow. Since it has already started, we all have to work hard, and you can't be an exception. Ryua pouted her small mouth. She looked like a little girl who had her first awakening of love. Is that so? You're so honest. I don't think it's right. Tell me, what did you do to Shui? Don't think that I don't know. Chi was shocked and looked at Ryua absent-mindedly. You, Ryua snorted and said, You what? You and I are both experienced people. Do you think that I am Ming Ming? You can't see anything. Although Snow Girl hid it very well, and her body is indeed different from us. But when a woman does that kind of thing, there will be some changes. Especially when she looks at you. It's not like she's looking at her father. Don't lie to me, tell me the truth. You couldn't say that he was raped by Snow Girl. He could only smile bitterly and said, All right, I'll tell you the truth. I couldn't control myself. If you want to hit me or punish me, I'll admit it. Shwe, you really caused trouble for your father. Ryua giggled and said, Then you should properly comfort this queen who has been worried about you for so long. Chi-Yu was stunned. He looked at Ryua's eyebrows and said in surprise, Don't you think the matter between me and Shwe is too? Ryua said impatiently. Don't you think I don't know? Since I have chosen you, there is nothing for me to be picky about. Do as you please. I know that you are a person with a sense of propriety. I have long known about Snow Girl's feelings for you. When Ting was still around, she once told me and discussed it with me. We all think that Snow Girl is not bad. Let's not talk about the Kunlun mirrors that will be of great help to you. She is kind and lovely, and she was willing to sacrifice her life to save you in England. She deserves your love. Find a chance in the future and change the relationship between the two of you. We are already used to your ability in this aspect. Do you really think that Snow Girl is only your daughter? No one is blind. Chi-Yu looked at Ryue in a daze and could not help but feel a little guilty. He did not know what to say for a moment. Ryue looked at the sky outside through the window of the stone house and leaned against Chi-Yu's chest. What are you waiting for? Today is your punishment. Don't think about the crystal love anymore. I didn't think about it. Only a ghost would believe you. Come, quickly serve this queen. Ryue's teasing voice made Chi-Yu's heart burn with desire. Yes, your majesty. Don't kiss there, you pervert. Your majesty, didn't you ask me to serve you? Don't run, I'm coming. Mental strength could sometimes be used for other purposes. At this moment, Chi-Yu specially used it to make a soundproof barrier. The stone cave became a stone house, but the main character did not change. The feeling of love instantly spread to every corner of the stone house. Ryue's gentleness and magnanimity moved Chi-Yu from the bottom of his heart. This night, under his deliberate flattery, he gently sent Ryue to the peak of bliss again and again. It also quietly dissolved the worries and sadness in her heart these days. In the early morning, when the bright sunlight from the ancient bee stage shone on the entire campsite, exclamations sounded one after another. Even the youths of the 4 major clans did not expect that after yesterday's torment, they could actually climb out of bed today. Moreover, every one of them was full of vigor and vitality. Compared to before, they seemed to have more strength. Even the energy in their bodies had become stronger. Their bodies felt full of strength, as if they could go through yesterday's situation again. The situation of these 120 youths was soon discovered by the Zodiac guardian god warriors, who woke up one after another. They were not too surprised. When they cultivated last night, they understood everything from the nature energy that Chi-Yu transmitted to them. They could not help but admire Chi-Yu secretly. It turned out that she had already calculated everything, and their expectations for this group training became stronger. Very quickly, Chi-Yu issued the order. The 12 captains stood on standby while the 120 youths from the 4 great clans advanced with light gear. Once again, they began to ascend the 3,000-meter peak. Everyone's confidence was greatly boosted. After all, based on their understanding, it was impossible for them to be so unlucky as to encounter tornadoes and avalanches every day. Although the 3,000-meter high mountain was very high, if it was just climbing the mountain, it would not be a big problem for them. When the black and white twin dragons appeared yesterday, these youths had already fainted. Therefore, no one knew that what awaited them now would be even more terrifying ferocious beasts and mythological beasts than yesterday. In addition to these 120 people, Chi-Yu also let another person go with them, and that person was Jida. Jida cultivated the virtue of martial arts and did not have any special ability. This kind of special environment test was also useful to improve his strength. Since he cultivated martial arts, Chi-Yu's main goal for him was to train his body to an abnormal state. Watching the 120 youths divided into 12 teams and left, Guanping could not help but look at Chi-Yu with some worry. Do you really not need us to go with them? What if the 2 ferocious beasts from yesterday appear again? Chi-Yu smiled and said, that depends on their ability. If they want to really hone their skills, they must experience a real crisis of life and death. Well, our training is also about to start. Don't worry, my spiritual force is always following them. Once there is danger, I will rush to their side at the first moment. Guanping smiled and said, it seems that everything is going according to your plan. I was worrying too much. Well, today, how are you going to torture us? Chi-Yu cracked his knuckles. Although he couldn't see, when his eyes swept across each and every one of them, the powerful Zodiac guardian god warriors couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Especially Mo Dan. She had opposed Chi-Yu more than once in the past. Ever since she saw Chiyu using the lunisolar golden armor, she had been very guilty. At that time, she understood why Chiyu could become the king of the Zodiac. This young man who looked to be in his 20s had the qualifications to be proud. And among the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, perhaps only Guanjing's strength was similar to his. Now, she did not dare to offend Chiyu, for fear that Chiyu would take revenge on her. Yan Xiaoyi looked at Chiyu's hand movements and could not help but be shocked. "Boss, you are not going to do another group PK, are you?" Chiyu snorted and said, "Why? Do you want to get beaten up? I'm happy to fulfill your wish. Today, everyone take a break and think about your performance during the natural disaster yesterday. At the same time, practice your thundercloud force. During the era of the ancient beasts, all the energy molecules were much more abundant than in our era. You must have felt it during last night's practice. Since we are here, we cannot waste a single minute. All right, let's start practicing. Mo Dan, Guanjing, Vol, Yan Xiaoyi, the four of you, Plant Soul Sister, and Shangbing. Follow me." As he said this, he turned and walked towards the direction of the primeval forest. Hu Guang looked at Yan Xiaoyi and smiled, giving him a look of wishing him luck. He even sat comfortably on the ground and said to himself, "It's really a blessing not to be abused." Yan Xiaoyi looked at his proud look and could not help but feel annoyed, but there was nothing he could do. He could only give him a middle finger, then reluctantly followed behind Chiyu towards the primeval forest. Mo Dan was nervous, thinking that Chiyu was not looking for a chance to take revenge on her, right? Fortunately, Vol and the others were following him, otherwise he would have turned around and run away. After Chiyu led the 6 people into the primeval forest, they walked for about 200 meters before stopping. He turned to the 6 people and said, "Now, you will all start the special training. Shangbing, you and the Plant Soul will form a group. Xiao Yi, you and the 4 Zodiac Warriors will form a group. From now on, no one is allowed to show mercy. The one who loses will become my enemy. From now on, Plant Soul Sister, teach them a good lesson for me. Don't give me any face." As he said this, Chiyu's feet touched the ground, and he floated above the forest. He stepped on a soft branch and quietly looked at the 6 people below. At this time, Mo Dan was relieved that he did not have to face Chiyu. He was the first to move, and with a roar, he rushed towards the Plant Soul like a rubber ball. He lowered his head, and a faint yellow light covered his whole body. Charge! This was one of the battle skills of the Zodiac Warrior. However, with his current strength of 2 clouds, it looked like a meatball. Of course, don't underestimate Mo Dan's attack. Compared to ordinary people, he was still much stronger. Even if he were to bump into a huge tree, it would immediately snap in half. Yan Xiaoyi did not advance, but retreated instead. A milky white light quickly spread from his body to the armor, while Vol stood in front of him. At the same time, he kicked Guanjing's butt and said, "Hurry up!" Although Shangbing was surprised by Chiyu's arrangements, once the battle started, she immediately entered a state of mind. As an assassin nurtured by the Dark Council, perhaps his comprehensive ability was inferior to the Plant Soul. However, the Leopard Girl's speed and tyrannical attack power were still very strong. Her body flashed, leaving behind a series of afterimages, and Shangbing immediately disappeared from the front. In the next moment, she had already arrived beside Guanjing and kicked his butt. Before Guanjing could even react, his body had already been kicked out like a balloon. Mo Dandan had already rushed in front of the plant spirit. She did not know much about the plant spirit, and she did not see the plant spirit do anything yesterday. From what she knew, this cute girl, who was not much older than her, should not have any powerful abilities. However, she quickly realized that her judgment was completely wrong. Just as her body was about to reach the plant soul, her feet suddenly tightened, as if she was entangled by something. Her strong momentum did not decrease, but her feet could not move. With a boom, her fat body fell heavily to the ground. Her head was just 10 centimeters away from the plant soul. The plant soul giggled and quickly retreated. In the Yen Huang soul, there was a huge transformation. Never fight with the plant soul in the forest. In the forest, the living soul would be able to unleash its full strength. And the primeval forest of the ancient beasts was many times stronger than the current forest. The plant soul's body had just been modified by Qi Yu recently, and its strength had increased greatly. It was definitely not something that could be compared to before. With just a vine entanglement, it was able to knock down the Zodiac cow. Her next action caused Yan Xiaoyi and Vol to turn pale with fright. The plant soul's body disappeared, and all the plants around them, whether they were herbaceous or woody plants, grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they were surrounded by lush greenery. This lush greenery was like a huge barrier and began to press down on their bodies. Yan Xiaoyi's skills were mainly healing and defense. Seeing the changes around him, he did not choose to rush out. Instead, he quickly went to Mo Dan's side. Although he did not have a good impression of Mo Dan, they were now facing a common enemy. A milky white light pressed on Mo Dan's back, and a gentle energy emitted a dispelling skill, dispelling the vines that entangled her and pulled her up. The sheep Zodiac warrior was undoubtedly the weakest among all the Zodiac guardian warriors. However, its strength in other aspects was still incomparable to that of the other Zodiac guardian warriors. Besides healing and defense, dispelling all kinds of abnormal statuses was Yan Xiaoyi's forte. This was also the reason why he always went against the snake Zodiac Hu Guang. Although the powerful venom of Hu Guang was not something that Yan Xiaoyi could resist, if he was at the same level as Hu Guang, he would be able to dispel the venom of Hu Guang with a dispelling skill. It could be considered a natural nemesis. Mo Dan looked at Yan Xiaoyi gratefully and looked at the vines on the ground angrily. Her body emitted a layer of yellow light, and a pair of yellow horns grew out of her head. She quickly picked off the vines in front of them. Vol was not idle either. As the rat Zodiac, he was the #1 guardian warrior. He only had one skill, and that was the world's most nimble hands. It was a perfect match for the rabbit Zodiac warrior's world's most nimble legs. At this time, Vol's chubby hands were already moving, and countless palm shadows appeared in front of him. No matter which direction the plant spirit came from, it was quickly picked off by the gray light on his hands. Together with Mo Dan, they could still deal with the attacks of the plant spirit for the time being. However, would the plant spirit, one of the strongest defensive experts of the yellow flame spirits, be so easy to deal with? If someone from the Yen Huang soul sect was here and saw this scene, they would immediately judge that this attack was just the prelude to the storm. I want to hit all of them. Shangbing's voice suddenly rang out. The plants around the three of them suddenly shook, and a huge crack appeared. Before the three of them could react, a huge body had already flown out from the crack, like a huge cannonball, towards the three of them. It was Guanjing, who had been kicked away by Shangbing previously. As the pig Zodiac, Guanjing had already used his skills to the limit. His body was extremely inflated like a big ball. Although he had been kicked by Shangbing, his body's defense allowed him to be like a ball, and he did not suffer any damage. At this time, he was kicked back again, and seeing that he was about to hit Mo Dan's horns, he could not help but scream in fear. Vol's figure flashed, and he was already beside Mo Dan. At the same time, his hands moved up and down, and at the same time he moved with his short body. Palm after palm landed on Guanjing's body, and he was so clever that he was able to quickly dissolve the attack of Shangbing. He put Guanjing down. The 4 Zodiac guardian god warriors gathered together, and all heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Yan Xiaoyi began to use his dispel skill on the surrounding plants. He tested it, and it was indeed effective. Although it could not completely stop the plants from spreading, it at least reduced the speed of spreading by 2/3, which gave them more time to breathe. At this time, the plants around them began to defend themselves. All kinds of flowers and grass floated up and turned into countless sharp blades, attacking their bodies. In an instant, the surrounding plants turned black, and the smell of death began to fill the small space where they were. Chapter 223. After giving the plant soul a few instructions, Chi floated up and flew back to the camp. Was it really just to let the Zodiac guardian god warriors cultivate in comfort? Of course not. When Chi returned to the camp, his first order was for the Zodiac guardian god warriors to rescue the people who went up the mountain. This was because the youths from the 4 families were being baptized by the twin dragons. The same torturous training was being carried out today. When the sky turned dark, the black and white twin dragons retreated again. Everyone crawled back to the camp. Compared to yesterday, the situation today was even more miserable. At least another set of clothes was destroyed. The plant soul and Shangbing completely treated Guanjing and the other 3 as sandbags. Although they controlled their strength, they still beat them up badly. Even their parents might not be able to recognize them. And Mo Dan was arrogant. As soon as he returned to the camp, he went into his room that seemed like it could collapse at any time without saying a word. He immediately started cultivating. The others were in a similar situation. Compared to yesterday, none of them had fainted. However, none of them were complete either. If the 8 Zodiac guardian god warriors who went up the mountain worked together, they might be able to defeat the black and white twin dragons. However, how could Chi let them succeed? When they went up the mountain, Chi also quietly went up the mountain. However, he was not going to help them. Instead, he was going to help the black and white twin dragons. With Chi-Yu's strength, he only needed to send his thundercloud force and water thundercloud force to the black and white twin dragons from afar, and it would be enough for the Zodiac guardian god warriors to suffer. Even Ruyue suspected that the 2 dragons had taken aphrodisiac. Compared to yesterday, their attacks were obviously a few levels higher. If it wasn't for the fact that they used different attacks, she would even suspect that Chi-Yu had lost control of them. A month of arduous training began. The intensity of training increased every day. The sadistic training did not last for 5 days, and there would be 2 days of rest. Of course, that was not a real rest. However, without the attack of the twin dragons, everyone would need to climb over at least 5 peaks of the Kunlun mountain range. According to the level of the thundercloud force, the Zodiac guardian warriors would need to climb over 1 more mountain for every additional cloud. Yao knew that the altitude of the later peaks would rarely be lower than 4,000 meters. Even with the physique of the Zodiac guardian warriors, it was extremely difficult for them to endure it. On the 5th day of the training, Ming Ming's body had completely recovered. Everyone was subtly and quietly changing. It was just that they couldn't feel it. After all, he was hovering on the edge of death every day. The only thing they could think of was how to survive better. There was no more time to think about anything else. Other than training, they could only meditate and cultivate. Every night, Chi-Yu used the natural energy to help them recover their bodies was the most enjoyable time of the day. As the intensity of the training increased, the release of the natural energy became longer and longer. During this period, apart from paying attention to everyone's training, Chi-Yu was also very strict with himself. He put all his spiritual force into the cultivation of the natural source. He knew that the natural source would be the source of all his energy. If he wanted to surpass all the Qilins when he reached the 9-cloud realm and become the strongest among the Qilins, he would have to possess a powerful origin of nature. He wanted to become the strongest among the Qilins and hope that the mutation of his body would bring about the best situation. After all, it was the only thing that could help him produce a physical mutation. Therefore, Chi was not in a hurry to cultivate his 4 kinds of thundercloud force to the 7-cloud realm. Every day, he would only use an hour to cultivate the 4 kinds of thundercloud force, and the rest of the time was used to absorb the natural energy. A month passed in pain and suffering, and the bodies of the Zodiac guardian warriors had changed. Ruyue, Ming Ming, and the other girls' delicate and white skin had now become a healthy color. Although they were still delicate, Their darker skin made them resent Chiyu a lot. The ones who changed the most were the fatso. Except for Guanjing, Vol and Emodan had lost a lot of weight. Vol looked much more energetic than before. His body was no longer so bloated, and he became strong and muscular. And Emodan's change was huge. Her weight had been reduced by 1/3 in just a month. Although she still looked a little fat compared to her original appearance, without makeup, her original appearance gradually appeared. Her arrogance seemed to have been worn away by the hard training, and her appearance gradually became delicate because of losing weight. Only the plump chest did not change much. She was indeed a cow. The changes in the 120 people from the 4 great families were also very obvious. Everyone's skin had become a healthy bronze color, and their gazes were clearly much sharper than before. Their energy levels had also improved greatly. The month of training had caused them to forget about the families they belonged to. Right now, there was only their own team in their hearts. Every day, they experienced the process of life and death, and almost every one of them had been rescued by others in the same team, pulled back from the brink of death. This caused them to no longer have any ill feelings between them, and they had become close comrades. And the relationship between the members of each team and their team leader had also become very close. Almost every day, the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors would rescue their subordinates many times, and through various kinds of training, they would teach some of their skills to these people so that they could better improve their strength. All this was gradually completed according to Chiyu's plan. It was already the last day of the month. Chiyu gathered everyone in the open space in the center of the camp and first distributed enough fruits for everyone to eat. Speaking of these fruits, they were one of the most important factors that had improved everyone's bodies. Without the city's flashy and toxic effects of alcohol and tobacco, eating these nutritious fruits every day had allowed everyone to better absorb the natural energy released by Chiyu. That was why they were able to achieve their current results. This was also one of the reasons why Chiyu had to set the training in the era of ancient beasts. Sighing at the changes in everyone's aura in the open space, Chiyu could not help but reveal a sincere smile. Although he could not see, he could clearly feel that everyone present had changed, whether it was the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors or the 120 people from the 4 big families. Now, he no longer used the 4 big families to describe these youths, but directly called them by the names of their respective teams. For example, Vol and his subordinates were called the Zodiac Mouse Team, and so on. Although Chiyu did not participate in the training, the 12 Zodiac squads were indeed the most grateful to him. No one was blind. They knew very well that in the past month they could recover from the exhaustion of the previous night to become energetic and lively every morning, completely relying on Chiyu's amazing natural energy. Chiyu helped them unreservedly, causing the members of the 12 Zodiac squads to respect him from the bottom of their hearts. Chiyu did not speak much every day, only giving orders. However, after a month had passed, no one had collapsed because of the high-intensity training. What did this mean? Jida, Shangbing, and Plant Soul could be said to be outside of the 12 Zodiac squads, but their improvement was no less than that of the members of the 12 Zodiac squads. They were also participating in the same training. Apart from the special care given to Guanjing and the other 3, Chiyu paid the most attention to them. The energy of the spring of nature was not stingy in transforming their bodies. Although the daily training was very hard, they all knew that they had changed too much in the past month. In this 1 month, they had changed too much. Sometimes, even they found it hard to believe that they could actually become so much stronger than before. Chiyu stood in the middle of the open space, still dressed in black. He still had the same pale hair. However, the way everyone looked at him was different from when they first arrived. Now, regardless of age, all the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors called him boss. It was the same for the members of the 12 Zodiac squads. It was Chiyu's selfless contribution that allowed them to persist in this month's training. That was why they could improve so much now. From the initial dissatisfaction To the present's sincere gratitude, they saw too much in Chiyu. Everyone has worked hard. We have been here for almost a month. I think everyone can see that this is not the era that belongs to us. I am very happy that each of you can persist until the end. You did not let me down. However, I also hope that everyone can understand that the training has just begun. Although you have improved to a certain extent, especially in terms of cooperation and combat experience, it is still far from enough. In our era, it is very difficult to have large-scale battles, especially cold weapons, to hone your skills. However, it is different here. According to my plan, 3 days later, we will embark on a new journey of training. This time, you will face an even more dangerous situation. If you want to return to our era alive, you will have to put in 200% of your effort. Soon, we will climb the majestic Kunlun mountain range in front of us for the last time. Today, there will be no more attacks from divine beasts and ominous beasts, but it is indeed an opportunity for each of you. However, there is still danger. Everyone must strictly obey orders. Otherwise, I will not be able to save you. All teams, according to the Zodiac, set off. You did not say what he was going to do. He floated up and was the first to fly in the direction of the Kunlun mountain range. Shanbing, Jida, and the plant soul followed closely behind him. None of the members of the 12th Zodiac team said anything. After a month of training, they had developed a good habit of obeying orders. They followed closely behind their captain, forming a long meandering dragon behind Chiyu, and set off in the direction of the Kunlun mountain range. The speed of climbing was very fast. After the transformation of their bodies by the source of nature and a month of hard training, climbing mountains was as easy as eating for these young people. As soon as the long meandering dragon entered the range of the Kunlun mountain range, under the leadership of Chiyu, it began to move forward like a jumping star. It moved forward at an amazing speed. Every once in a while, Chiyu would look back to see that no one in the 12th Zodiac team was left behind. 1 month of training was not in vain. He had his own purpose today, and it was a very simple one. It could be said that the previous month of training was all for today's sake. Crossing mountains and ridges began. The 12th Zodiac team climbed over one mountain after another. From the beginning, their light pace gradually became heavy. When they climbed over the third mountain that was 6,000 meters high, Chiyu ordered everyone to take a break. At this time, they had already entered the inner part of the Kunlun mountain range. In the recent training, even the strongest members of the 12th Zodiac team began to return to the inner part of the mountain range. As the overall strength of more than 100 people increased, although the black and white dragons were powerful, facing so many enemies, and with the support of Chiyu, they could not hold on much longer. After all, the strength that Chiyu gave them was limited, and the enemies they had to face were more than 100 people every day. Every day's improvement increased the combat strength of the 12th Zodiac team. The improvement of one person was not a big deal, but the improvement of more than 100 people at the same time was absolutely terrifying. The overall strength of the 12th Zodiac team was improving at an extremely fast speed, especially as the teams became more and more proficient in their joint attack skills. Now, under the leadership of the 12 Zodiac guardian gods, even with Chiyu's full support, the black and white dragons only dared to occasionally launch sneak attacks. They did not dare to confront the 12th Zodiac team head-on. A faint light shone in Chiyu's eyes. She could already feel the cold aura from afar. After Chiyu gave the order to rest, the 12th Zodiac team did not talk to each other. Instead, they seized this short time to cultivate and strive to achieve the best recovery effect in the shortest time possible. This was also the principle that they understood after a month of training. Before the end of the training, every second was extremely precious to them. A faint light flickered, and everyone exuded a different aura. After the start of the break, the 12th Zodiac team disorganized themselves. Originally, the people of the 4 families gathered together. Because the attributes of their family's cultivation were very similar, they could better absorb the energy molecules of the air clock when they gathered together. This way, they could obtain the greatest improvement in a short period of time. The strength of the Zodiac guardian god warriors was naturally much stronger than that of the young people of the four families. At this time, although they were a little tired, they did not rest. Instead, they took the initiative to gather around Chiyu. Ryue said, "Chiyu, do we still continue to move forward? The members of each team are quite exhausted. If we continue to move forward, I'm afraid we won't be able to return to our camp before dark." Chiyu said, "Let's continue to move forward. I didn't plan to return to the camp tonight anyway." Yan Xiaoyi said, "Boss Chi Chong Bao, if we don't return to the camp, are we going to live on the snow mountain? Even if we can hold on, I'm afraid that the members of each team will not be able to hold on. It's too cold in the mountains, especially at night. I'm afraid that everyone will not be able to hold on." Chiyu patted Yan Xiaoyi's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I have a plan." Because his strength was originally not strong, during this month of training, Yan Xiaoyi had made great progress. At this time, he had already reached the 4-cloud level, and in terms of actual combat experience, he was much stronger than before. He had already begun to use his Zodiac sheep ability in battle. Although most of them were support skills, sometimes it was the support skills that could determine the outcome of the whole battle. Chiyu closed his eyes and condensed his spiritual power in a certain direction. His huge spiritual power quickly connected to the place he wanted to contact. After doing this, he also sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. He wasn't doing this because he had consumed too much energy, but he wanted to make use of this short period of time to better cultivate. Although his strength could not be greatly improved in a short period of time, as the saying goes, many a little makes a mickle. Chiyu had already developed this good habit of cultivating at all times. Moreover, there were still many things waiting for him to do today, and his own energy was the key to supporting himself. When everyone had just rested for about half an hour, the Zodiac Guardian Warriors suddenly opened their eyes at the same time. Ryue and Su Dong floated up from the ground almost at the same time. After completing their origin mutation in an instant, they spread their wings and floated up into the sky. The other Zodiac Guardian Warriors gathered together in a fan shape, each raising their own thundercloud force, as if they were waiting for something. The fan shape they formed was just right to protect the members of the Zodiac Guardian teams, so that they would not be affected when they encountered danger. Ryu, who was in the sky, let out a loud dragon roar, as if she was provoking something. The Zodiac Guardian God warriors below almost completed the origin mutation at the same time. After a month of training, all the Zodiac Guardian God warriors could at least complete the first stage of origin mutation. In other words, everyone's strength had increased to the 3 clouds. It could be seen how great the change was for them in the past month. Chiyu was the last to stand up from the ground and said calmly, "Everyone stop fighting. It's not an enemy." The surrounding Zodiac Guardian warriors couldn't help but be stunned, because they all felt that the aura that was constantly approaching was very familiar. Why did Chiyu say that it was not an enemy? Although Chiyu's voice was very soft, it clearly reached everyone's ears. In the sky, Su Dong was still hesitating, but Ryue had already floated down and landed beside Chiyu. At this moment, 2 dragon roars simultaneously rang out from the distance. One was black and the other was white. 2 enormous figures were rapidly approaching from the distance. It was the twin black and white dragons that had ambushed the 12 Zodiac teams countless times over the past month. A faint smile appeared in Chiyu's eyes as he said, "Now I can tell everyone that they are not our enemies, but training partners that have been accompanying you all this time." Apart from Ryue and Snow Girl, the rest of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors couldn't help but be shocked. They looked at Chiyu with their mouths agape, then looked at the black and white twin dragons that were rapidly approaching them, not knowing what to say. Chiyu smiled faintly and said, "What? You don't believe me? Don't you think that for the past month, although they have been harassing you all, but in the battles with them, who among you has suffered any real harm? Perhaps now they are no longer able to do anything to you. But what about at the beginning of the month? Who among you had the confidence to deal with their attacks? You must know that at that time, the cooperation between you all was too poor. On the first day, if they hadn't retreated, I'm afraid that your team of more than 100 members would have been completely annihilated. At this moment, the Zodiac Guardian warriors gradually understood. Looking at the enigmatic smile on Chi Yu's face, they couldn't help but smile wryly at each other. It turned out that all of this was planned by Chi Yu. No wonder he always had a card up his sleeve. It turned out that these two powerful ominous beasts were actually his doing. Yan Xiaoyi cried out involuntarily, "Heavens! Boss, how did you do it? How could you find such powerful sparring partners?" Chi Yu smiled faintly and said, "Have you forgotten? I've come to this era before you. Do you think that I've been here for nothing? The Black Dragon and the White Dragon are both my friends and my companions. They've saved my life before and they've come." At this time, the huge bodies of the Black and White Dragons had already appeared in everyone's line of sight. The members of the 12 Zodiac teams, who were previously in the middle of cultivating, also felt the aura of the Black and White Dragons due to the close distance. One by one, they immediately jumped up from the ground and emitted their own energy as they stared at the Black and White Dragons. Under the leadership of the 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors, they were no longer afraid of the Black and White Dragons. Chi Yu repeated what he had said to the 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors to the 12 Zodiac teams, and then walked straight towards the Black and White Dragons. Black Dragon lowered his head, and when Chi Yu walked in front of him, he couldn't help but rub his body a few times. Chi Yu patted Black Dragon's head and said with a smile, "Big brother, you've really worked hard these past few days." Black Dragon chuckled, and under everyone's shocked gazes he said, "It's not hard at all. If I could continue working hard like this, I'd be looking forward to it." For the past month, fighting with the 12 Zodiac teams had also helped him gain combat experience. Moreover, every day, Chi Yu used his own energy to support him and White Dragon in harassing the 12 Zodiac teams. Imperceptibly, Chi Yu's energy had a certain effect on their bodies, causing the strength of the Black and White Dragons to improve significantly. Compared to when they usually cultivated alone, they were many times stronger. Smiling faintly, Chi Yu's eyes revealed a gentle light. "I'm afraid there won't be such an opportunity in the future. For the rest of the journey, I'll have to rely on you two to lead the way." Black Dragon said, "No problem, we're here." Chi Yu turned to the 12 Zodiac teams and said indifferently, "If anyone is dissatisfied with the Black and White Dragon's attack on you, wait until the end of this training. All right, let's move on. If anyone's physical strength can't hold on, let me know immediately. Don't force yourself. Try to maintain your body heat as much as possible. There's still a long way to go." Who would be dissatisfied? When they first found out that the Black and White Dragons were Chi Yu's friends, they might have been a little dissatisfied. However, when they thought about it carefully throughout the training, it was indeed as Chi Yu had said. Although the Black and White Dragons had pushed them to the brink of death time and time again, they had never really hurt them. Just as Chi Yu said, the Black and White Dragons were actually their sparring partners. Where could they find such good sparring partners? Moreover, even if they were dissatisfied, who would dare to bring it up to Chi Yu? In the hearts of every member of the 12 Zodiac teams, Chi Yu had become even more unfathomable. More than 100 people continued on their journey. This time, their speed was a little faster than before. With the Black and White Dragons leading the way, no one dared to relax. Even though exhaustion was constantly attacking their bodies, they gritted their teeth and endured it. A month of training had long nurtured their persevering character. When the sun gradually set in the west and the moon rose quietly, the 12 Zodiac teams had already been climbing the Kunlun Mountains for a whole day. They had only rested 3 times, and each time they rested for less than an hour. During this time, They had eaten fruits to appease their hunger. When they were thirsty, they would randomly pick up some ice and snow from the ground and stuff it into their mouths. When they were tired, they would use the needles they carried with them to prick the thickest parts of their bodies. Until now, although everyone felt dehydrated, no one had brought it up to Chiyu. That was until this afternoon, when they had been climbing mountains that were more than 6,000 meters above sea level. Altitude sickness alone was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Guan Ping quickened his pace and flew to Chiyu's side. He whispered, "Boss, I'm afraid that the teams can't hold on any longer. In such cold weather and at such a high altitude, I'm afraid that pulmonary edema will appear if we continue. It's already dark. Why don't we find a place to temporarily set up camp and let Xiao Yi treat everyone? Or use your nature energy. Only in this way will there be no sequelae." Chiyu glanced at the vast and boundless snow-capped mountains in front of them. He nodded gently and said, "The fact that they have been able to hold on until now has greatly exceeded my expectations. However, we are about to reach our destination. Let them hold on for a while longer. You keep a close eye on them. If anyone's body can't hold on any longer, put him on the back of the black dragons and let them carry him forward." Guan Ping nodded and said, "All right then, I'll head back to the team first." After another hour of travel, the members of the 12 Zodiac teams, with the exception of the captains, were all in varying degrees of crisis. Some of them had already fallen into a deep slumber. It was also at this time that Chi Yu finally gave the order to stop. Chi Yu floated up and landed on the head of the black dragon. He asked, "Have we arrived?" The black dragon replied, "It's here. Let them get ready." Chi Yu nodded and jumped down from the black dragon's head. He summoned all the Zodiac guardian warriors in front of him and said, "Ruyue, you stay here. Everyone else, follow me down. 10 minutes after we go down, Ruyue will have all the members jump down into the cave at the speed of 1 person per minute. Stick close to the cave wall and slide down. We'll be waiting for you down there. Once you're down there, everyone must raise their strength as much as possible to avoid the cold. Let's go." The black dragon was the first to move, followed by the white dragon. They turned around and suddenly drilled into the ice and snow. As if they didn't encounter any obstacles, the black dragon's huge body disappeared first. A huge black hole appeared on the ground, followed by the white dragon. Chi Yu called out to the Zodiac guardian warriors, and like a slide, they directly jumped down into the cave. His eyes revealed a faint smile as he clasped his hands in front of his chest. They had finally arrived at their destination. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The figures of the Zodiac guardian warriors disappeared one by one. But Ruyue didn't dare to be negligent. She activated her dragon strength and spread it out. Using the dragon wings, she transferred the energy into the body of each member of the 12 Zodiac guardian warriors. Of course, this wasn't an attack, but to help the members of the 12 Zodiac guardian warriors recover their strength as much as possible. Although the Zodiac guardian warriors had some doubts in their hearts, when they entered the ice cave, they had a strange feeling. Each of them had their own ability. After entering the ice cave, they released their own energy, bringing with them a faint light. The entire tunnel was completely made of ice, and in that ice crystal world, different colors of light shone. Chapter 224. After relaying a few instructions to the plant soul, Chi floated up and flew back to the camp. Was he really just going to let the Zodiac guardian god warriors cultivate comfortably on the spot? Of course not. When Chi returned to the camp, his first order was for the Zodiac guardian god warriors to rescue the people who went up the mountain. This was because the youths from the 4 families were being baptized by the twin dragons. The same torturous training was being carried out today. When the sky turned dark, the black and white twin dragons retreated again. Everyone crawled back to the camp. Compared to yesterday, the situation today was even more miserable. At least another set of clothes was destroyed. The plant soul and Shangbing completely treated Guanjing and the other 3 as sandbags. Although they controlled their strength, they still beat them up badly. Even their parents might not be able to recognize them. Dan was arrogant. As soon as he returned to the camp, he went into his room that seemed like it could collapse at any time without saying a word. He immediately started cultivating. The others were in a similar situation. Compared to yesterday, none of them had fainted. However, none of them were complete either. If the 8 Zodiac guardian god warriors who went up the mountain worked together, they might really be able to defeat the black and white twin dragons. However, how could Chi-Yu let them succeed? When they went up the mountain, Chi-Yu also went up the mountain quietly. However, he was not going to help them, but the black and white twin dragons. With Chi-Yu's strength, he only needed to send his thundercloud force and water thundercloud force to the black and white twin dragons from afar, and it would be enough for the Zodiac guardian god warriors to suffer. Even Ryue suspected that the 2 dragons had taken aphrodisiac. Compared to yesterday, their attacks were obviously a few levels higher. If it wasn't for the fact that they used different attacks against different opponents, she would even suspect that Chi-Yu had lost control of them. A month of hard training began. The intensity of the training increased every day. After 5 days of abusive training, there would be 2 days of rest. Of course, that was not a real rest. However, without the attack of the black and white twin dragons, everyone had to climb over at least 5 mountains in the Kunlun mountain range. According to the level of the thundercloud force, the Zodiac guardian god warriors had to climb over a mountain for every cloud they climbed. Yao knew that the mountains behind them were rarely lower than 4,000 meters above sea level. Even with the physique of the Zodiac guardian god warriors, it was extremely difficult to bear. On the 5th day of the training, Ming Ming's body had completely recovered. Everyone was subtly and quietly changing. It was just that they couldn't feel it. After all, they were hovering on the edge of death every day. The only thing they could think of was how to survive better. All was that. Other than the training, they could only meditate and cultivate. Every night, Chi-Yu used the natural energy to help them recover their bodies. This was the most enjoyable time of the day. As the intensity of the training increased, the release of the natural energy became longer and longer. During this period, apart from paying attention to everyone's training, Chi-Yu was also very strict with himself. He put all his spiritual force into the cultivation of the source of nature. He knew that the source of nature would be the source of all his energy. If he wanted to surpass all the Qilins when he reached the 9-cloud realm and become the strongest among the Qilins, he would have to possess a powerful origin of nature. He wanted to become the strongest among the Qilins and hoped that the mutation of his body would bring about the best situation. After all, it was the only thing that could help him produce the mutation of his body. Therefore, Chi was not in a hurry to cultivate his 4 kinds of thundercloud force to above the 7-cloud level. He only used 1 hour to cultivate the 4 kinds of thundercloud force, and the rest of the time was used to absorb the natural energy. A month passed in pain and suffering. The bodies of the Zodiac guardian god warriors had changed. The delicate and white skin of Ryue, Ming Ming, and the other girls had become a healthy color. Although they were still delicate, the darker skin made them resent Chi-Yu a lot. The ones who changed the most were the Fatso warriors. Except for Guanjing, Vol, and Dan had lost a lot of weight. Vol looked much more energetic than before. He was no longer so bloated, but had become strong muscles. On the other hand, Dan's change was huge. She had lost 1/3 of her weight in a short period of a month. Although she still looked a little fat, her original appearance was gradually revealed without makeup. Her arrogance seemed to have been worn away by the hard training, and her appearance had gradually become delicate because of losing weight. Only the plump breasts didn't change much. She was indeed a cow. The changes in the 120 people from the 4 great families were also very obvious. Everyone's skin had become a healthy bronze color, and their gazes were clearly much sharper than before. Their energy levels had also improved greatly. The month of training had caused them to forget about the families they belonged to. Right now, there was only their own team in their hearts. Every day, they experienced the process of life and death, and almost every one of them had been rescued by others in their team, pulled back from the brink of death. This caused them to no longer have any ill feelings between them, and they had become close comrades in arms. And the relationship between the members of each team and their team leader had also become very close. Almost every day, the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors would rescue their subordinates many times and teach them some of their skills in various kinds of training so that they could better improve their strength. All of this was gradually completed according to Chi Yu's plan. It was the last day of the month. Chi Yu asked everyone to gather in the open space in the center of the camp and first distributed enough fruits for everyone to eat. Speaking of these fruits, it was also one of the important factors that improved everyone's body. Without the flashy city and the poison of tobacco and alcohol, eating these nutritious fruits every day allowed everyone to better absorb the natural energy released by Chi Yu. Therefore, they were able to achieve their current results. This was also one of the reasons why Chi Yu had to set the training in the era of ancient beasts. Sighing at the changes in everyone's aura in the open space, Chi Yu could not help but smile sincerely. Although he could not see, he could clearly feel that everyone present had changed, whether it was the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors or the 120 people from the 4 big families. Now he no longer used the term for big families to describe these youths, but directly called them by the names of their respective teams. For example, Vol and his subordinates were called the Zodiac Mouse Team, and so on. Although Chi Yu did not participate in the training, the 12 Zodiac squads were indeed the most grateful to him. No one was blind. They knew very well that in the past month, they could recover from the exhaustion of the previous night to become energetic and lively every morning, completely relying on Chi Yu's amazing natural energy. Chi Yu helped them unreservedly, causing the members of the 12 Zodiac squads to respect him from the bottom of their hearts. Chi Yu did not speak much every day, only giving orders. However, after a month had passed, no one had collapsed because of the high-intensity training. What did this mean? Jida, Shangbing, and Plant Soul could be said to be outside of the 12 Zodiac squads, but their improvement was no less than that of the members of the 12 Zodiac squads. They were also participating in the same training. Apart from the special care given to Guanjing and the other 3, Chi Yu paid the most attention to them. The energy of the spring of nature was not stingy in transforming their bodies. Although the daily training was very hard, they all knew that they had changed too much in the past month. In this 1 month, they had changed too much. Sometimes, even they themselves found it hard to believe that they could actually become so much stronger than before. Chi Yu stood in the middle of the open space, still dressed in black. He still had the same pale hair. However, the way everyone looked at him was different from when they first arrived. Now, regardless of age, all the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors called him boss. It was the same for the members of the 12 Zodiac squads. It was Chi Yu's selfless contribution that allowed them to persist in this month's training. That was why they could improve so much now. From the initial dissatisfaction to the present sincere gratitude, they saw too much in Chi Yu. Everyone has worked hard. It has been almost a month since we arrived here. I think everyone can see that this is not the era that belongs to us. I am very happy that each of you can persist until the end. You did not let me down. However, I also hope that everyone can understand that the training has just begun. Although you have improved to a certain extent, especially in terms of cooperation and combat experience, it is still far from enough. In our era, it is very difficult to have large-scale battles, especially cold weapons, to hone your skills. However, it is different here. According to my plan, 3 days later, we will embark on a new journey of training. This time, you will face an even more dangerous situation. If you want to return to our era alive, you'll have to put in 200% of your effort. Soon, we will climb the majestic Kunlun mountain range in front of us for the last time. Today, there will be no more attacks from divine beasts and ominous beasts. But it is indeed an opportunity for each of you. However, there is still danger. Everyone must strictly obey orders. Otherwise, I will not be able to save you. All teams, according to the Zodiac, set off. Chi-Yu did not say what he was going to do. He floated up and was the first to fly in the direction of the Kunlun mountain range. Shangbing, Jita, and the plant soul followed closely behind him. None of the members of the 12th Zodiac team said anything. After a month of training, they had developed a good habit of obeying orders. They followed closely behind their captain, forming a long meandering dragon behind Chi-Yu, and set off in the direction of the Kunlun mountain range. The speed of climbing was very fast. After the transformation of their bodies by the source of nature and a month of hard training, climbing mountains was as easy as eating for these young people. As soon as the long meandering dragon entered the range of the Kunlun mountain range, under the leadership of Chi-Yu, it began to move forward like a jumping star. It moved forward at an amazing speed. Every once in a while, Chi-Yu would look back to see that no one in the 12th Zodiac team was left behind. 1 month of training was not in vain. He had his own purpose today, and it was a very simple one. It could be said that the previous month of training was all for today's sake. Crossing mountains and ridges began. The 12th Zodiac team climbed over one mountain after another. From the beginning, their light pace gradually became heavy. When they climbed over the third mountain that was 6,000 meters high, Chi-Yu ordered everyone to take a break. At this time, they had already entered the inner part of the Kunlun mountain range. In the recent training, even the strongest members of the 12th Zodiac team had begun to return to the inner part of the mountain range. As the overall strength of more than 100 people increased, although the black and white dragons were powerful, facing so many enemies, and with the support of Chi-Yu, they could not hold on much longer. After all, the strength that Chi-Yu gave them was limited, and the enemies they had to face were more than 100 people every day. Every day's improvement increased the combat strength of the 12th Zodiac team. The improvement of one person was nothing, but the improvement of more than 100 people at the same time was absolutely terrifying. The overall strength of the 12th Zodiac team was improving at an extremely fast speed, especially as the teams became more and more proficient in their joint attack skills. Now, under the leadership of the 12 Zodiac guardian gods, even with Chi-Yu's full support, the black and white dragons only dared to occasionally launch sneak attacks. They did not dare to confront the 12th Zodiac team head-on. A faint light lit up in Chi-Yu's eyes. She could already feel the cold aura from afar. After Chi-Yu gave the order to rest, the 12th Zodiac team did not talk to each other. Instead, they seized this short time to cultivate and strive to achieve the best recovery effect in the shortest time possible. This was also a principle that they had come to understand after a month of training. Before the end of training, every second was extremely precious to them. A faint light flickered, and everyone exuded a different aura. After the start of the break, the 12th Zodiac team began to disperse. Originally, the people of the 4 major families gathered together. Because the attributes of their respective families were very similar, they could better absorb the energy molecules of the air clock when they gathered together. This way, they could obtain the greatest improvement in a short period of time. The strength of the Zodiac guardian god warriors was naturally much stronger than that of the young people of the 4 major families. At this time, although they were a little tired, they did not rest. Instead, they took the initiative to gather around Chi-Yu. Ruyue said, "Chi-Yu, do we still continue to move forward? The members of each team are quite exhausted. If we continue to move forward, I'm afraid we won't be able to return to our camp before dark." Chi-Yu said, "Let's continue to move forward. I didn't plan to return to the camp tonight anyway." Yan Xiaoyi said, "Boss Chi Chong Bao, if we don't return to the camp, are we going to live on the snow mountain? Even if we can hold on, I'm afraid that the members of each team will not be able to hold on. It's too cold in the mountains, especially at night. I'm afraid that everyone will not be able to hold on. Qiyu patted Yan Xiaoyi's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I have my own plans." Because his strength was originally not strong, during this month of training, Yan Xiaoyi had made great progress. At this time, he had already reached the 4-cloud level. In terms of actual combat experience, he was much stronger than before. He had already begun to use his Zodiac sheep ability in battle. Although most of them were support skills, sometimes it was the support skills that could determine the outcome of the whole battle. Qiyu closed his eyes and condensed his spiritual power in a certain direction. His huge spiritual power quickly connected to the place he wanted to contact. After doing this, he also sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. He wasn't doing this because he had consumed too much energy, but because he wanted to make use of this short period of time to cultivate better. Although his strength could not be greatly improved in a short period of time, as the saying goes, a little makes a mickle. Qiyu had already developed this good habit of cultivating at all times. Moreover, there were still many things waiting for him to do today, and his own energy was the key to support himself. When everyone had just rested for about half an hour, the Zodiac Guardian Warriors suddenly opened their eyes at the same time. Ruyue and Su Dong floated up from the ground almost at the same time. After completing their origin mutation in an instant, they spread their wings and floated up into the sky. The other Zodiac Guardian Warriors gathered together in a fan shape, each raising their own thundercloud force, as if they were waiting for something. The fan shape they formed just happened to protect the members of the Zodiac Guardian teams, so that they would not be affected when they encountered danger. Ruyu, who was in the sky, let out a loud dragon roar, as if she was provoking something. The Zodiac Guardian God warriors below almost completed the origin mutation at the same time. After a month of training, all the Zodiac Guardian God warriors could at least complete the first stage of origin mutation. In other words, everyone's strength had increased to the 3 clouds. It could be seen how great the change was for them in the past month. Qiyu was the last to stand up from the ground, and calmly said, "Everyone stop fighting. It's not an enemy." The surrounding Zodiac Guardian Warriors couldn't help but be stunned, because they all felt that the approaching aura was very familiar. Why did Qiyu say that it was not an enemy? Although Qiyu's voice was very soft, it clearly reached everyone's ears. In the sky, Su Dong was still hesitating, but Ruyue had already floated down and landed beside Qiyu. At this moment, 2 dragon roars simultaneously rang out from the distance. One was black and the other was white. 2 enormous figures were rapidly approaching from the distance. It was the twin black and white dragons that had ambushed the 12 Zodiac teams countless times over the past month. A faint smile appeared in Qiyu's eyes as he said, "Now I can tell everyone that they are not our enemies, but training partners that have been accompanying you all this time." Apart from Ruyue and Snow Girl, the rest of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors couldn't help but feel shocked. They looked at Qiyu, then looked at the black and white twin dragons that were rapidly approaching them, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. Qiyu smiled faintly and said, "What? You don't believe me? Don't you think that for the past month, although they have been harassing you all, but in the battles with them, who among you has suffered any real harm? Perhaps now they are no longer able to do anything to you. But what about at the beginning of the month? Do any of you have the confidence to deal with their attacks? You must know that at that time, the cooperation between you all was too poor. On the first day, if they hadn't retreated, I'm afraid that your team of more than 100 members would have been completely annihilated." At this moment, the Zodiac Guardian Warriors gradually understood. Looking at the enigmatic smile on Qiyu's face, they couldn't help but smile wryly at each other. It turned out that all of this was planned by Qiyu. No wonder he always had a card up his sleeve. It turned out that these 2 powerful ominous beasts were actually his doing. Yan Xiaoyi cried out involuntarily, "Heavens! Boss, how did you do it? How could you find such powerful sparring partners?" Chi Yu smiled faintly and said, "Have you forgotten? Before you came, I had already come to this era. Do you think that I spent that time in vain? Black Dragon and White Dragon are both my friends and my companions. They once saved my life, and they are already here." At this time, the huge bodies of the Black and White Dragons had already appeared in everyone's line of sight. The members of the 12 Zodiac teams who were previously in the middle of cultivating also felt the aura of the Black and White Dragons due to the close distance. One by one, they immediately jumped up from the ground and emitted their own energy as they stared at the Black and White Dragons. Under the leadership of the 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors, they were no longer afraid of the Black and White Dragons. Chi Yu repeated what he had said to the 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors to the 12 Zodiac teams, and then walked straight towards the Black and White Dragons. Black Dragon lowered his head, and when Chi Yu walked in front of him, he couldn't help but rub his body a few times. Chi Yu patted Black Dragon's head and said with a smile, "Big brother, you've really worked hard these past few days." Black Dragon chuckled, and under everyone's shocked gazes he said, "It's not hard at all. If I could continue working hard like this, I'd be looking forward to it." For the past month, fighting with the 12 Zodiac teams had also helped him gain combat experience. Moreover, every day, Chi Yu used his own energy to support him and White Dragon in harassing the 12 Zodiac teams. Imperceptibly, Chi Yu's energy had a certain effect on their bodies, causing the strength of the Black and White Dragons to improve significantly. Compared to when they usually cultivated alone, they were many times stronger. Smiling faintly, Chi Yu's eyes revealed a gentle light. "I'm afraid there won't be such an opportunity in the future. For the rest of the journey, I'll have to rely on you two to lead the way." Black Dragon said, "No problem, we're here." Chi Yu turned to the 12 Zodiac teams and said indifferently, "If anyone is dissatisfied with the Black and White Dragon's attack on you, wait until the end of this training. All right, let's move on. If anyone's physical strength can't hold on, let me know immediately. Don't force yourself. Try to maintain your body heat as much as possible. There's still a long way to go." Who would be dissatisfied? When they first found out that the Black and White Dragons were Chi Yu's friends, they might have been a little dissatisfied. However, when they thought about it carefully, throughout the training it was indeed as Chi Yu had said. Although the Black and White Dragons had pushed them to the brink of death time and time again, they had never really hurt them. Just as Chi Yu said, the Black and White Dragons were actually their sparring partners. Where else could he find such a good sparring partner? Moreover, even if they were dissatisfied, who would dare to bring it up to Chi Yu? In the hearts of every member of the 12 Zodiac teams, Chi Yu had become even more unfathomable. More than 100 people continued on their journey. This time, their speed was a little faster than before. With the Black and White Dragons leading the way, no one dared to relax. Even though exhaustion was constantly attacking their bodies, they gritted their teeth and endured it. A month of training had long nurtured their persevering character. When the sun gradually set in the west and the moon rose quietly, the 12 Zodiac teams had already been climbing the Kunlun Mountains for a whole day. They had only rested 3 times, and each time they rested for less than an hour. During this time, they had eaten fruits to appease their hunger. When they were thirsty, they would randomly pick up some ice and snow from the ground and stuff it into their mouths. When they were tired, they would use the needles they carried with them to prick the thickest parts of their bodies. Until now, although everyone felt dehydrated, no one had brought it up to Chi Yu. That was until this afternoon, when they had been climbing mountains that were more than 6,000 meters above sea level. Altitude sickness alone was not something that ordinary people could withstand. Guan Ping quickened his footsteps and flew to Chi Yu's side. In a low voice, he said, "Boss, I'm afraid that the other teams won't be able to hold on much longer. Under such cold weather and high altitude conditions, I'm afraid that pulmonary edema will appear if we continue. It's no longer suitable for us to continue on our journey. The sky is already dark." Should we find a place to temporarily set up camp and have little E treat everyone? Or perhaps use your nature energy? Only then will there be no repercussions. Chi-Yu glanced at the vast and boundless snow-capped mountains in front of them. He nodded gently and said, "The fact that they have been able to hold on until now has greatly exceeded my expectations. However, we are about to reach our destination. Let them hold on for a while longer. You keep a close eye on them. If anyone's body can't hold on any longer, put him on the back of the black dragons and let them carry him forward." Guanping nodded and said, "All right then, I'll head back to the team first." After continuing on for an hour, the members of the 12 Zodiac squads, with the exception of the captains, were all in varying degrees of crisis. Some of them had already fallen into a deep sleep. It was at this time that Chi-Yu finally gave the order to stop. Chi-Yu floated up and landed on the head of the black dragon. He asked, "Have we arrived?" The black dragon replied, "It's here. Let them get ready." Chi-Yu nodded and jumped down from the black dragon's head. He summoned all the Zodiac guardian warriors in front of him and said, "Ryue, you stay here. Everyone else, follow me down. 10 minutes after we go down, Ryue will have all the members jump down into the cave at the speed of 1 person per minute. Stick close to the cave wall and slide down. We will be waiting for you down there. Once you're down there, everyone must raise their strength as much as possible to avoid being attacked by the cold. Let's go." The black dragon was the first to move, followed by the white dragon. They turned around and suddenly drilled into the ice and snow. As if they didn't encounter any obstacles, the black dragon's huge body disappeared first. A huge black hole appeared on the ground, followed by the white dragon. Chi-Yu called out to the Zodiac guardian warriors and directly jumped down into the cave like a slide. There was a faint smile on his face as he clasped his hands in front of his chest. They had finally arrived at their destination. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. The figures of the Zodiac guardian god warriors disappeared one by one, but Ryu did not dare to be negligent. She activated her dragon power and spread it out. She used her dragon wings to spread the energy into the bodies of every member of the Zodiac guardian god squad. Of course, this was not an attack. She was just using her energy to help the members of the squad recover as much as possible so that they would not collapse from the high altitude and cold. Although the Zodiac guardian warriors had some doubts in their hearts, when they entered the ice cave, they had a strange feeling. Each of them had their own ability. After entering the ice cave, they released their own energy, bringing with them a faint light. The entire cave was completely made of ice. In that icy world, different colors of light shone. Chapter 225. Zodiac Squad, listen to my command. No one is allowed to attack. Immediately lock onto the great golden-winged eagle in the sky. In groups of 10, when I say start, immediately chant the following incantations and do the same action. Start the next round every 10 seconds. Do not lock onto the same great golden-winged eagle. The Zodiac Guardian Warriors do not need to chant. Get ready. The members of the Zodiac Squad were surprised as to why Chi-Yu did not allow them to fight, but no one dared to disobey Chi-Yu's orders. Some of them even wondered if the 200 birds in the sky were also sent by their boss to assist in the training. A faint light flashed in Chi-Yu's eyes. Although he could not see, his spiritual power was firmly locked onto the great golden-winged eagle that was flying at the front. A faint light flashed in his eyes as he chanted loudly, "Lin Bing Do Jia, all formation advance!" The name of the divine decree. The heavens are clear. The gods are pure. The gods are pure. The gods are not tainted. The ghosts and demons are subdued. The yin and yang are united. Descend. The silver and black ink Kirin pattern actually emerged from his body. Chi-Yu's eyes. At this moment, they would definitely turn silver. Her black hair stood on end, and an equally terrifying aura emanated from her body. The Kirin pattern continued to expand, and in the blink of an eye, it had already transformed into a 30-meter-long lichine. Kirin lowered his head, and the horn on his head shone with a resplendent silver and black light. At this moment, Chi-Yu also raised his right arm. One by one, silver symbols emerged from the tip of Chi-Yu's right finger. The same runes were also emanating from the horn of the black Qilin silhouette. The same silver symbols merged in midair, forming a circle that spread in all directions. It went straight for the great golden-winged eagle that was flying at the front. All the members of the Zodiac squad followed Chi-Yu's lead and chanted the same incantation. Although there was no huge Kirin's shadow to support their bodies, under the influence of the huge energy, their bodies still showed certain changes. No matter what their original attributes were, at this moment, their bodies were covered in silver light. There were 10 people in a group, and rows of silver light floated out, enveloping the great golden-winged eagle legion in the sky. The 20,000-year golden-winged eagle flying at the very front didn't even have the chance to dodge before it was enveloped by Chi-Yu's amplifying energy in a panic. When she sensed the aura contained within the silver light, she already understood. At this moment, the skill Chi-Yu had bestowed upon himself was one of the most feared skills of the divine beast king, Kirin's descent. It was indeed Kirin's descent, and there was more than one Kirin's descent. When the leading golden-winged eagle disappeared into the silver light released by Chi-Yu, then the number of golden-winged eagles was in units of 10. They quickly disappeared under the shroud of the silver light. In just a few breaths' time before the golden-winged eagle legion reached the top of the 12 Zodiac squad, 121 of them had already disappeared without a sound. At this moment, the remaining golden-winged eagles were completely confused. They didn't expect that before they even launched an attack, more than half of the golden-winged eagles, including their leader, had been lost. This was a fact that they couldn't accept. They couldn't possibly understand what was going on. After all, there weren't even hundreds of Kirin in the entire ancient beast era. However, the aura that they had just sensed was that of Kirin's descent. What kind of concept was it for more than 100 people to use Kirin's descent at the same time? Although most of the golden-winged eagles that were captured had cultivated for 3,000 to 6,000 years. However, this was already the main fighting force of the entire golden-winged eagle family. Without much hesitation, the remaining golden-winged great rocks fled in all directions without a second thought. They didn't even want to fight. Right now, all they wanted was to find the great rock wisdom king as soon as possible and report what had happened here to him. Chi-Yu raised her hand to stop the people who wanted to chase after them. She couldn't help but laugh. Since the huge blow she had experienced in the suburbs of London, this was the first time she had laughed so happily. That's right, more than 100 golden-winged eagles were captured. Under the effect of Kirin's descent, they could also take care of the 12 Zodiac squad under her. This result was simply too perfect. What could be better than this? The 12 Zodiac squad was already strong enough. With the addition of a first-class golden-winged eagle as a flying mount, it was simply too perfect. When she brought everyone back to the present, whether it was Greece or Leg, what could they use to fight against her powerful subordinates? After obtaining this batch of golden-winged eagles, the overall strength of the 12 Zodiac squad had increased by several times. However, in her excitement, Chi-Yu didn't forget herself. Although she had used Kirin's descent to temporarily restrain the golden-winged eagles, it wasn't over yet. After all, although everyone's strength had increased a lot during the month of training, compared to the golden-winged eagles, there was still a big gap between the ordinary members of the 12 Zodiac squad. It wasn't easy to truly make these golden-winged eagles serve them. Therefore, she didn't let everyone chase after the remaining golden-winged eagles. She had painstakingly cultivated the 12 Zodiac squad and had just seen some results. She didn't want any losses. Chi-Yu wasn't worried about the golden-winged eagle in her body. Given her strength, although she might not be able to completely defeat it, she was no longer the Chi-Yu of the past. Although Xuanyuan's soul was currently in a deep sleep, the Xianyuan divine sword had fused with her. Her body was filled with the sharp aura of the Xianyuan divine sword. Perhaps she couldn't use this sharp aura completely in battle yet. However, as long as it was in her body, even the golden-winged eagle, whose strength was close to Liang Wanyan's, couldn't escape. After all, it was absolutely impossible to fight against the combined strength of the Xianyuan divine sword and Qiyu without the strength of a humanoid golden-winged eagle. There was another reason why Qiyu didn't worry about the golden-winged eagle in her body. If the emissary wanted to struggle out of her body, it would have to kill her. If she died, then the bull demon king, who had lived and died together with her, would also die. After returning from London, Qiyu had already learned of the situation from Snow Girl. If it wasn't for the bull demon king, who could make Snow Girl and Wen-Ting teleport from the east to the west in an instant, only she could have such a huge evil aura. Although she secretly hated the bull demon king for not helping her, and instead sending Wen-Ting and Snow Girl over, causing Wen-Ting to die in order to save her, the bull demon king was there. If the golden-winged eagle wanted to destroy her, she didn't have to do it herself. The bull demon king wouldn't allow it to do so. Everyone listen up. Immediately sit down cross-legged and raise your energy to the limit. At most, if one of you disappears, the golden-winged great pung eagle you just absorbed into your body will begin to devour you. If you can't resist the bite, then you will die immediately. But don't worry. You just need to raise your energy to the limit. Get rid of the distracting thoughts in your heart and leave the rest to us. Obeying orders had become the most basic mission of the 12 squads. After listening to Qiyu's words, everyone immediately sat cross-legged on the ground. Therefore, at this moment, there were already 4 replicas, each with 30 people. The Shen family's phalanx emitted a cyan light, the Su family's phalanx emitted a red light, the Zhou family's phalanx and the Luo family's phalanx emitted a pale gold and blue light, respectively. The 4 different types of energy suddenly became stronger. Qiyu summoned the Zodiac guardian warriors to his side. He stood calmly in the middle of everyone and waved his right hand. A dark red light suddenly took away all the light, and endless power descended, enveloping everyone present. It was the 1,000 Changes Jade Rock Realm technique that had been repaired by his source of nature. It was the first time for most of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors to see Qiyu use this magical realm. It was as if they were in a deep space. For a moment, everyone quieted down and looked at Qiyu in the middle. The white hair on Qiyu's head turned silver, and a faint light flickered. The aura of Kirin's origin was released again. Qiyu thought carefully. He didn't have much time. If he disappeared, it was obviously impossible for him to help the 120 members subdue the golden-winged eagle. At this moment, Qiyu felt that he was a little impulsive. But it was not her fault. Previously, in the frozen spring, he chose to use Kirin's assimilation to release his Kirin god's descent on everyone. His purpose was to strengthen everyone's strength by subduing the fierce beasts. Suddenly, the immense pressure roused him from his cultivation. In that instant, he had actually discovered the existence of the gold-winged great pung eagle. Qiyu immediately thought of the feasibility of his plan. In that instant, he did not have the time to think too much. In his excitement, he immediately made a decision to have everyone follow him to capture the gold-winged great pung eagle. Qiyu knew a fierce beast like the golden-winged eagle very well. As a first-class fierce beast, the golden-winged eagle not only had extremely strong attack power, but it also had the strongest flying ability among all the ancient giant beasts. The ability to soar 90,000 miles was no joke. As long as there was enough energy, even a modern plane would find it difficult to compete with the golden-winged eagle at full speed. With so many golden-winged eagles cooperating with his Zodiac squad. Then, after returning to the modern day, as long as he was willing, the Zodiac squad could appear in almost any corner of the world within a day. At the same time, they would also have the strongest flexibility. Coupled with the golden-winged eagle's powerful ability to assist the members of the Zodiac squad, it could be said that there were many advantages and no disadvantages. However, Chi was now at the end of his life. Although the golden-winged eagle was good, it was a little too good. At the same time, when there was not enough power to subdue them, the backlash from the golden-winged eagle was also proportional to their strength. Therefore, Chi was now a little regretful. However, it was too late for regrets. There was no medicine for regret in this world. Since things had already come to this, she could only think of a way to save them. After all, as long as the golden-winged eagle woke up from the influence of Kiran's divine descent, then, in order to regain their freedom, they would not have a second choice. After thinking about it carefully, Chi already had a plan in mind. Although it could not solve the problem completely, it was the best way now. As long as they could delay the situation, there was a lot of room to change the situation. There was a skill in the Jade Rock realm that Chi had not used before, and that was the seal. Although this was not a sealing-type domain, and its sealing power was not strong, it was only relatively speaking. In the face of an opponent of the same strength or even higher strength, the Jade Rock Realm seal of 1,000 possibilities was clearly useless. However, when facing opponents who were weaker than him, the situation became different. After thinking about it carefully, Chi regained his confidence and said in a deep voice, "Now you guys help me. Although we have not practiced it, for the sake of the Zodiac squad, we have no choice but to use the real strength of the 12 Zodiac provinces." Ryue looked at Chi in surprise. In the past few days of cultivation, she had heard Chi talk about this cultivation method. Now that Chi mentioned it, she could not help but be shocked. After all, although everyone's strength had increased to above the 5-cloud level, it was still not easy to use that ability. "Chi, can we do it?" Ryue asked worriedly. She was not afraid of what would happen to the members of the Zodiac team if they failed, but she was afraid that Chi-Yu's body would be affected if he failed to use that ability. After all, as the leader, Chi-Yu would have to bear a lot of pressure. Chi-Yu said, "It shouldn't be a problem. We don't need to use all our energy. Each of you can release 50% of your energy. That way, although we don't have any energy coordination yet, with the strength of my mental power and your support, we should be able to succeed. Time is tight, let's start. You have to listen to my orders, and at the same time, please remember everything we have done today. This will also be our last resort in the future when we encounter a huge crisis." When the Zodiac warriors heard what Chi said, they immediately became nervous. 24 pairs of eyes were completely focused on him, quietly waiting for his orders. Chi concealed his aura and used his mental power to tell Jida, Snow Girl, Shangbing, and the Plant Soul to temporarily retreat. Just now, Chi did not ask them to tame the great golden-winged eagle, because each of them had different abilities. To them, taming the great golden-winged eagle might not be the best choice. Next, I will lead you to use the most powerful ability of the Zodiac warriors, which is also a domain. In the West, Goddess Athena and her 12 Zodiac guardians had powerful the signs of the Zodiac domain. As the Zodiac guardians of the East, we also have our own domain. When the Zodiac warriors have gathered and everyone's power has reached the level of 5 clouds, this domain can be used. This is also the strongest ability that Master Zaglu imparted to me before he left. When I first met Master Zaglu, he told me that Qilin is the most important member of the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors. Although I'm different from ordinary Qilins, I'll be playing a supporting role in this domain that we're about to display. After the domain is formed, all of you will have to give up control of your own comprehension and let me direct the power of the domain. With the amplification of this domain, I think we can at least temporarily seal the golden rocks in the bodies of our team members. Vol asked curiously, Boss, what is this domain? Does it need all of us to use it together? Chi nodded and said, Yes, this is the common domain of the Zodiac Guardians. It is called the Zodiac Guardian Domain. Although the name is a bit ordinary, it is the only domain that can fully exert the power of the Zodiac warriors. All right, you will understand the situation of this domain later. What we need to do now is to first seal the great golden-winged eagle. Next, whenever I call a Zodiac warrior, please activate the origin energy of your Zodiac and concentrate it 1 meter above my head. You must be completely calm, without any distracting thoughts. Everything else will be under my control. Let's begin, Zishu. Vol was stunned at first, but then he immediately began to move according to Qi Yu's instructions. He had complete trust in his boss. A gray energy, light, appeared on Vol's body. His body suddenly shrank a bit, and then a layer of gray hair spread out from all over his body, especially his hair. After a while, the gray hair had completely covered his body. Inside the hair, Vol curled up his body, looking like a big fat mouse. At this time, only Vol's hands were still exposed outside his body. His hands were deformed. The original fleshy hands had become slender at this time, and each finger had a 5-inch nail. The nails were the same gray as the hair on his body. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to notice that Vol's hands were moving with a psychedelic light. His hands were moving so fast that even Ruyu felt that her eyes were a little dazzled. That's right, in order to activate the power of the origin in his body, Vol had already displayed the first stage of his attribute mutation. Dexterous hands, heavy body, these were the characteristics of the rat Zodiac warrior. Gray energy spread out from his hands, forming a vortex-like energy that shot toward the top of Qi Yu's head. Qi Yu waved his right hand, and a silver light burst out from his palm. The light was like the sun, shining brightly in the 4 stars boundary law. His right hand didn't stop, but kept waving in the air, bringing up silver threads. Then a huge word appeared, fusing with the energy released by Vol. The word formed by the silver threads actually flew to Vol's body along with the energy released by Vol. A circular silver light shadow appeared under Vol's feet, and on the surface, this circular light shadow seemed to be connected to Qi Yu through the energy released by Vol. Ugly bull, Qi Yu shouted. Emo Dan did the same thing as Vol. Not much hair grew on her body, but the pair of horns on her head was particularly obvious. At the same time, her body shrunk a little under the effect of the attribute mutation. If someone attacked her body now, they would immediately find that her skin had become much tougher than cowhide. Emo Dan's eyes also turned blood red at this time, and 2 yellow lights emitted from her horns, converged between them, and shot toward the top of Qi Yu's head. A huge word, ugly, appeared, connected with Emo Dan's energy, and the situation on Vol also appeared on her body at this time. Qi Yu called out the attributes of the 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors, one after another, and rays of silver light completely connected the Zodiac Guardian Warriors around him to the top of his head. At this time, above Qi Yu's head, the 12 energies of different colors and auras were fluctuating violently. They didn't restrain each other, but they also didn't complement each other, as if they were in a strange state. With a smile, the light in Qi Yu's eyes suddenly became strong. His movements were very fast, and although his eyes couldn't see, his spiritual power had been raised to the limit, and he could even clearly sense the emotions of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors. In the world, there are 12 earthly branches, and the Zodiac Guardian Warriors are named after the earthly branches. In the name of Kirin, summon the eternal power of the world, and show the true power of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors. Qi Yu's body changed. At this moment, his long silver hair burst forth with an enormous ball of light. His body suddenly disappeared in a ball of intense silver light, and the 12 silver threads connecting the 12 Zodiac Guardian God Warriors actually became as thick as water buckets. The enormous silver light instantly spread out and engulfed their bodies. A deep voice came from the strong silver light. The rat is called Toothless, the ox is called Transport Grain, the tiger is called Mountain King, the rabbit is called Mashing Medicine, the dragon is called Chief of the 4 Spirits, the snake is called Deer-Eating God, the horse is called Tiger's Wife, the sheep is called Cheering Stone, the rooster is called Sichin, the monkey is called Offering Fruit, the dog is called Welcoming Guest, and the pig is called Black Face. The 12 Zodiac Guardians. Awaken in the name of protection. A huge silver ring appeared outside the 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors. At this moment, with Chi-Yu as the center and the 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors as the foundation, a huge circular formation was formed. A loud and clear cry sounded from the center of the silver circular formation, and the silver light from the center gradually condensed. When the silver light condensed into a point, it was incomparably majestic. A huge ink kirin filled with a tyrannical aura appeared in the center. At this time, the ink kirin was completely different from the shadow that Chi-Yu had conjured in the past. This was the real kirin. He raised his proud head and released his tyrannical aura. Black scales covered his entire body, and silver made him look very noble. The 4 colors of the thundercloud force, purple, blue, red, and cyan, appeared under his 4 limbs, especially his huge head. Kirin's horn, which seemed to be able to pierce through the heavens and earth, released a dazzling brilliance amidst the intertwining black and silver. Just like the silver light that had been released from the formation earlier, the silver light in the center of the formation had disappeared, and the silver light that connected the 12 surrounding spots had also dimmed. At the position of Zishu, a huge rat hat appeared. Its body seemed to be about 1 meter in diameter, and its pair of small, dark red eyes flickered with a strange light. Beside it, a big greenish-yellow cow stood there. This cow looked a little strange. It actually had 3 horns, and the 2 big horns on its head were a little unusual, even somewhat disproportionate to its body. The third was a huge white tiger with black and white stripes on its body. On its forehead, there was the word king, which emitted a tyrannical aura of a king. On its back was a pair of tiger wings, which added a bit of a mighty aura to it. Just like the previous 3, all the Zodiac Guardian Warriors had completely transformed into the Zodiac they belonged to under the urging of Chi-Yu's strange incantation. However, compared to the traditional Zodiac, most of them had some mutations. The 4 auspicious clouds Ink Kirin commanded the 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors. The energy aura they released was not strong, but it was impossible to sense any energy changes between them from the outside. The feet of the 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors lit up, and the 12 Zodiac symbols that represented them appeared. A faint light flickered, and the entire silver ring suddenly released 12 silver pillars of light that shot into the sky. Ink Kirin let out a loud cry again. He stood in the middle of the formation, and the 12 silver pillars of light had completely covered Ink Kirin's body. The shadows of the 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors rose from the silver light, and in the next moment, everything became silent. A circle of silver light was emitted from the center of the formation, and then the 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors disappeared. The silver ring turned into a silver mirror, but the 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors were engraved with silver energy threads. Ink Kirin stood in the middle of the mirror and suddenly raised his forelimbs. Then, the horn on his head released a black and silver rotating energy that rose into the air. The silver mirror formed by the 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors disappeared, and Ink Kirin, who was in the center, seemed to be trembling. The air around his body also became a little distorted. It was impossible to feel the huge pressure unless one was really in the 12 Zodiac Guardian realm. It was also the first time that Chi-Yu led the 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors to use this realm. When he spread out the energy of the realm, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Although the 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors only released 50% of their energy, it was impossible for him to use all of it with his mental strength. The method of using the realm that Master Zagru taught him did not seem to be very useful. At this moment, his body was under the huge pressure brought by the 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors. His figure flickered, and the light in Chi-Yu's eyes became stronger and stronger. His silver eyes had regained their vision. Although transforming into Ink Kirin had filled him with power, his heart was at a loss at this moment. 12 earthly branches, the 12 Zodiac Guardian realm. How could he unleash the true power of this realm? Chi-Yu suddenly felt that the huge pressure that he was under was similar to the pressure that the Bull Demon King had given him. In other words, when they used the 12 Zodiac Guardian Realm, the energy that merged with Kirin as the center was comparable to the Bull Demon King's. What kind of powerful energy was that? It was simply terrifying. His mental strength had been activated to the maximum. Chi-Yu racked his brains to think. Zagru had told him very clearly that when he used this realm and chanted the incantation, he needed to release his mental strength and resonate with the energy of the 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors through the source of Kirin's energy. Through the changes in the incantation, the 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors would become a whole realm with him as the center. In this realm, every Zodiac Guardian Warrior would become a fighting weapon. No matter how strong or weak Kirin was, as long as the Zodiac Guardian Warriors' strength reached 5 clouds, Kirin would be able to use the ability of any Zodiac Guardian Warrior through his auxiliary ability, and this ability would be more than 10 times the strength of the Zodiac Guardian Warrior. This was all Zagru knew, but he was not very clear about how to release it. He could only let Chi-Yu and the others figure it out themselves. In the end, Zagru told Chi-Yu that if he wanted to truly expand the power of this realm to the maximum, he must rely on his wisdom to comprehend it. If it was just a battle, perhaps Chi-Yu could use this realm no matter what. However, what he wanted now was not a battle form, but to use the 12 Zodiac Guardian realm to inject a huge amount of energy into his 1,000 transformation of Jade Pearl Boundary technique and seal the positions of the Zodiac squad members present. This greatly increased the difficulty. It was the first time for Pet Su to use this realm, so he couldn't help but feel a little confused. After all, Chi was Chi-Yu. After thinking for a short while, he carefully recalled every word that Master Zagru said. Chapter 226. A silver light flashed, and the silver disc changed again. After Chi-Yu instantly understood, the 12 Zodiac Guardian Domain was finally activated. The huge ink Kirin disappeared, and his carving appeared in the center of the disc. At the same time, his carving was the only part of the disc that was not silver, and it showed the appearance of ink Kirin himself. The disc rotated and rose into the air. Then the disc began to change. As it rotated in midair, it began to shrink. From its original diameter of more than 20 meters, it had shrunk to 1 meter in diameter almost by the time the arc formed by the disc was completed. The disc floated parallel to the art of 1,000 changes. With a flash of light, the shrunken images of the 12 zodiacs and ink Kirin on the ring lit up at the same time. A beam of mixed colors floated up and reached a height of about 3 meters. Then, a tall figure appeared in the center of the disc. It was Chi-Yu, but the current Chi-Yu was completely different. He was standing on the 12 zodiac disc that had shrunk to 1 meter in diameter, and the aura of Kirin on his body had disappeared. As the controller and initiator of the 12 Zodiac Guardian Domain, there are many forms of this domain. Right now, Chi-Yu was only using the simplest and most direct form, which was energy assistance. Due to the special nature of this domain, the object of assistance could only be any one of the 12 Zodiac warriors, but not Kirin, who was the core. Hence, when Chi-Yu's body appeared once again, the Jade Pearl Realm technique of 1,000 possibilities had disappeared into thin air. Instead, a silver ring of light was emitted from the disc beneath his feet, replacing the Jade Pearl Realm technique and enveloping the 12 Zodiac teams below. At this time, Chi-Yu's body was completely wrapped in a layer of silver mist. Jida and the others, who were watching from afar, could not sense his current energy state. It was the first time they had seen 13 people fused into one person. Chi-Yu's shoulders shook slightly, and his body instantly retreated about 1 meter. At the same time, a tall and straight figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure that appeared looked shorter than Chi-Yu, and his shoulders were not as broad as Chi-Yu's. But his appearance was very special. A layer of long white hair hung from the top of his head to his back, which was different from Chi-Yu's pale hair. His white hair was full of luster, and a pair of huge goat horns rose from the top of his head in a semi-spiral shape. The muscles on his body were tense, and although it was not exaggeratedly huge, at this moment his whole body was wrapped in a layer of rich, white energy. This white energy was like a belt of light that slowly circled below his head. At this time, Chi-Yu's figure had appeared behind him, and the silver disc that was 1 meter in diameter had expanded by 2 meters to bear the weight of 2 people. With a slight smile, Chi-Yu's eyes revealed a faint cold light, and he used his spiritual power to completely communicate with Yan Xiaoyi in front of him. When Yan Xiaoyi appeared, even he himself was not used to it. He suddenly realized that his strength was actually many times stronger than before. Originally, when he reached the strength of 6 clouds, the results of the group training had already made him extremely satisfied. But now his strength was far from being comparable to 6 clouds. The energy in his body was endless. Clear images kept flashing in his mind, and they seemed to be the true strength of the goat Zodiac warrior. A faint light flashed, and Chi said in a deep voice, "The current you already has the strongest strength of the goat Zodiac warrior. Now, according to the instructions of my spiritual power, display the power of the seal." Among the 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors, the goat Zodiac Warrior was the only one who mainly used support abilities. Therefore, in terms of energy sealing, his talent was far beyond that of the other Zodiac Guardian Warriors. Under the effect of the 12 Zodiac Guardian Domain, the current Yan Xiaoyi not only instantly rose to the highest realm that a Zodiac warrior could reach, 9 clouds, but at the same time he was also supported by the energy of everyone in Chi-Yu's domain. Simply put, the current strength of Yan Xiaoyi's energy was the highest level of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors, 9 clouds. However, the energy that he could continuously display now, under the premise of the strength of 9 clouds, was as much as all the other Zodiac Guardian Warriors combined. Under the effect of the same source of energy, his energy was even greater than all the other Zodiac Guardian Warriors combined. Under the guidance of Chi-Yu's spiritual power, Yan Xiaoyi quickly understood the situation in front of him. He slowly raised his hands, and the pair of goat horns on his head turned a transparent milky white under the effect of the goat Zodiac thundercloud force. Yan Xiaoyi had never felt that he could actually have such powerful energy. The feeling of being able to dominate everything was too wonderful for him. His hands unconsciously drew circles in front of him, and pure milky white light floated up from the circles he drew and fell on the members of the Zodiac Guardian team. Every circle required a lot of energy from the goat Zodiac warrior, but he was not alone now. He had the support of the other 11 Zodiac Guardian Warriors and the 4 auspicious clouds in Kirin. The milky white light was like a halo of life spreading from the sky. When the members of the Zodiac Guardian team were surrounded by the light, their originally excited faces immediately calmed down, and the gradually agitated energy in their bodies also gradually calmed down under the influence of the milky white light. The silver light flowed, and when the last white halo flew out from Yan Xiaoyi's hands, he instinctively closed his eyes and folded his arms in front of his chest. The silver light suddenly flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he was back in the silver plate at Chi-Yu's feet. Chi-Yu took a deep breath. This was the first time he used this realm, but he had already fully experienced the mysteries of this realm. What he had shown today was only a fraction of what it was. An average of 5 clouds was the foundation to use this realm, but in order to truly display the full power of this realm, he would need to have all 9 clouds. Although it seemed that this goal was still very far away, that did not mean that it would not succeed. The silver light suddenly flashed, and those who could see Chi-Yu instinctively closed their eyes because of the strong light. When the flashing light disappeared, Chi-Yu and the 12 Zodiac Guardian Warriors had reappeared on the ground. Before Chi-Yu could say anything, Yan Xiaoyi had already rushed to his side excitedly. "Boss, this is too awesome. This is too amazing. Just now, how did I suddenly have such great power? Heavens, Do you know, at that moment, I felt as if I could feel the life energy of the entire world. Even if it was a dead person, I had some confidence that I could revive them. This is the true power of the Zodiac Guardian Warriors. In the future, if anyone dares to say that I'm impotent, I'll beat them up. Chi Yu smiled slightly and said, "This is the mystery of the Zodiac Guardian Realm. Under the effect of the entire realm, through my auxiliary control, any one of you can instantly reach the 9th cloud level through the mutual energy generated by others. But at this time, the energy consumed is not your own, but everyone else's. This way, you will have enough power to display the strongest ability of your Zodiac Guardian Warrior." That was the case just now. Otherwise, even if you had reached the 9th cloud level, you would not be able to use your own strength to display 120 seals. The amplification effect of this realm is extremely obvious. In the future, as long as we cultivate more, we will definitely be able to discover more secrets. Yan Xiaoyi's excitement made the other Zodiac Guardian Warriors extremely happy. After all, who did not wish to display the strength of the 9th cloud level? Moreover, there was also the amplification effect that Chi Yu mentioned. When they fused with the realm, they all felt that their power seemed to have disappeared, but also seemed to have become incomparably huge. Although they could not truly control this strange feeling, they could clearly feel that after using this realm once, the aura between themselves and the other Zodiac Guardian Warriors seemed to have become more harmonious than before. Everyone seemed to have a feeling of telepathy, and just the exchange of glances was enough to send out a signal of friendship. A faint light flashed in Chi Yu's eyes. At this moment, his vision had already disappeared. However, Chi Yu discovered that after these days of cultivation, coupled with the absorption of the frozen spring's energy, his energy seemed to have become more condensed than before, and his vision was no longer filled with darkness. Although he still could not see clearly, at least the white blur in front of him proved that he had regained his ability to sense light. Turning to the Zodiac team, Chi Yu smiled and said, "All right, everyone is safe for now. With the seal that Yan Xiaoyi just cast, the golden-winged eagle in your body will not be able to act up for at least 10 days. Perhaps everyone does not understand why I let you use Kirin's descent with me. In fact, the reason is very simple. When I first gave this ability to you through Kirin's assimilation, I had already thought about it. Although you have all improved very quickly, if you want to make a qualitative leap, relying on your own strength is still not enough. So, finding a giant beast as a companion is obviously a good choice. Although the golden-winged eagle may not be suitable for all of you, with its tyrannical flying ability, it is already a very good choice among the dire beasts. This time, even I did not expect so many golden-winged eagles to appear at the same time. However, since it has appeared, we must seize this opportunity. First, there is still a big gap between your individual strength and that of the golden-winged eagles, especially the golden-winged eagles that some people have subdued for more than 6,000 years. Once the effect of Kirin's descent wears off, their backlash will immediately take your lives. However, you do not need to worry. With the lunatic seal in the next 10 days, we will help you solve this problem one by one. Of course, if you want to solve the root of the problem, you will still have to rely on your own strength. Only when your strength surpasses that of the golden-winged eagle will it never be able to struggle out of your body and become your giant beast companion. Now, everyone, pick up the pace. As we march, I will help each of you solve the problem." After listening to Chi Yu's words, the members of the 12 Zodiac squad were both happy and worried. They were happy that they would have a powerful mount or fighter, but they were worried that this powerful main force was like a ticking time bomb that could explode at any time. After all, this was not a perfect thing for them. As they continued to march, Chi Yu was not too worried. After all, a 9-cloud level goat Zodiac warrior was not something that the 3,000 to 6,000 years old golden-winged eagles could compare to. Given the seal that little E had released at that time, a 10-day time limit was already very low. Now, the first thing that Chi Yu needed to do was to communicate with the golden-winged eagle that he had subdued and make it loyal to him. sitting cross-legged on the back of the black dragon. Chi-Yu hadn't even cultivated for 30 minutes when Ling-Jiu, who had been subdued by Kirin, woke up. As soon as the giant golden-winged eagle with a wingspan of more than 15 meters woke up, its first reaction was to rush out of Chi-Yu's body. However, it was easier said than done for it to regain its freedom now. Just as it was about to unleash its power, Ling-Jiu immediately felt an incomparably sharp aura coming from every corner of his body. It was as if the moment he made any strange movements, he would immediately be torn to shreds by the sharp energy. Chi-Yu's voice sounded in the golden-winged eagle's mind. "Are you awake? Don't try to struggle. Unless I want you to, you can only stay in my body forever and accompany me for a long time. With your nearly 20,000 years of cultivation, you should understand what it means to be Kirin's envoy. I don't need to say more, right? Bastard, let me out, or my father will not let you off." The golden-winged eagle's response was to put up a strong front. However, its voice clearly lacked confidence. When Chi-Yu used Kirin's God's Descent, it clearly saw that Chi-Yu was in human form. Even its father might not be able to defeat Kirin, who could transform into human form. Could it be that Kirin, who had turned it into an envoy, was actually the current king of the divine beasts? Other than him, it really couldn't think of anyone else who could do it. Chi-Yu smiled and said, "Your father? If I'm not wrong, with your strength, there are only a few golden-winged eagles who are stronger than you. Your father must be the ancestor of the golden-winged eagle, the great rock king, right?" "That's right," the golden-winged eagle said proudly. "The great rock king is my father. He commands the beasts and can tear you to pieces at any time." Chi-Yu said, "Is that really the case?" Unfortunately, the great rock king is probably the only one who acknowledges the title of the king of the beasts. Whether it is the deep-sea Hades dragon king or the chaos king, I'm afraid they are all waiting to see you make a fool of yourselves. The great rock king has lost so many of his subordinates. Don't talk about dealing with us. He is most worried about being swallowed by the other two beasts. Even if he wants to save you, how can he save you if he can't find you? You have already become my envoy. I just need to hide your aura, and you will never see the great rock king again." The golden-winged eagle knew that everything Chi-Yu said was true. Just as Chi-Yu had said in Kirin's body as the envoy of Kirin, as long as Chi-Yu wanted to, he could use Kirin's aura to completely restrict the golden-winged eagle's energy. And the sharp energy in Chi-Yu's body was something that the golden-winged eagle could not resist at all. The golden-winged eagle was filled with discouragement. This was the difference in strength. Actually, he did not know that with Chi-Yu's current strength in a one-on-one situation, even if he used the Xianyuan sword, he was afraid that he would only be able to beat him by a little. How could a golden-winged eagle with close to 20,000 years of cultivation be ordinary? This golden-winged eagle that Chi-Yu had captured would not take long to transform into a human. What do you want? As a noble member of the golden-winged eagle race, don't even think of enslaving me. Chi-Yu knew that the golden-winged eagle had already softened. He smiled and said, "How about this? Actually, I have no intention of enslaving you. After all, you have some strength. Since you are the son of the great rock king, I will call you Little Peng from now on. You can be my companion. You should also know that although being my messenger limits your freedom, you can still be my companion. However, as an ancient giant beast, Kirin's aura is the favorite of all beasts and mythical beasts. If you cultivate in my body, it will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Let's temporarily set the aura for 10 years. 10 years is just a snap of the fingers for you. As long as you are willing to help me wholeheartedly in these 10 years, I promise you that after 10 years, I will let you out, cancel the contract with the envoy, and restore your freedom. What do you think?" After listening to Chi-Yu's words, Little Peng could not help but feel excited. Chi-Yu was right. One of the aspects that the beasts were most envious of the mythical beasts was that Kirin, the king of the mythical beasts, could assist any of the mythical beasts in their cultivation. If the mythical beasts became Kirin's envoy, it would be a good thing for them. As long as Kirin did not die, then the mythical beasts that became the envoy would receive great benefits. Even if Kirin died, they would be able to regain their freedom. At this time, although he had lost his freedom, it would be much easier to transform into a human if he could cultivate in Kirin's body. Even those difficult checkpoints would be smooth sailing. 10 years was really nothing for his lifespan that was close to 20,000 years. However, there was only one problem in little Peng's heart now. Would Chi-Yu keep his promise and let him go after 10 years? At this moment, Chi-Yu solemnly said, "In the name of Kirin, I swear here that I am willing to make a 10-year contract with little Peng, the son of the great Peng Wisdom King. Within 10 years, as long as little Peng helps me wholeheartedly, then today, 10 years later, I will return him to himself and free him from the envoy's body. If I violate this oath, let me suffer the pain of reincarnation." Chi-Yu's words could be said to put little Peng's heart at ease. After a slight hesitation, he said, "I can be your envoy, but I have another condition." Chi-Yu secretly rejoiced in his heart. He knew that little Peng had given up his dignity. After all, he was in his body. Even if he was unwilling to help him, it was impossible to let him out. Using 10 years of help in exchange for freedom could be considered very lucky for him. As the royal family of the mythological beasts, the Kirin clan could not go back on the oath they made. Of course, what little Peng did not know was that Chi-Yu, who could travel through time and space with the help of the Kunlun mirrors, had already experienced the feeling of reincarnation. It did not seem to be a big problem for him to reincarnate a few times. "What condition do you have?" Chi-Yu said confidently. Little Peng said, "Although I have been forcefully accepted as an envoy by you, I am still a member of the great golden-winged eagle clan. So, if you face my clansmen in the future, I will definitely not help you." Chi-Yu thought about it and said, "This is human nature. I agree. At the same time, I can even promise you that as long as your father does not threaten my life, even if we are enemies, I will not harm his life." "Really?" Little Peng said in surprise. Chi-Yu said, "Even if I don't make an oath, I have never gone back on my words." Although the great Eagle King was one of the 3 great ferocious kings, it was not considered a threat to Chi-Yu. He was not afraid of the great Eagle King at all. After all, after this training, they would be returning to the modern world. The great Eagle King could not possibly follow them. Giving such a favor to little Peng would also make him more loyal to him. "All right, I am willing to help you and become your true envoy." Little Peng's voice was a little helpless, but it felt like he was in a good mood. This was the era of the ancient beasts, after all. Although there were many ferocious beasts that had cultivated for more than 10,000 years. However, in this era of purity, the thoughts of these ferocious beasts and mythological beasts were still relatively simple, even if they had cultivated for more than 10,000 years. If it was Chi-Yu's era, living in an environment of mutual deception every day, not to mention 10,000 years, even 100 years would be enough to train to become a human elite. With a smile, the light in Chi-Yu's eyes became much gentler. "You must want to know why so many Kirin's divine descent appeared just now, causing your great Eagle King Corps to lose a total of 100 dudes. I can answer your question. It's actually very simple. I used Kirin's assimilation ability to subdue Kirin's divine descent, the original Kirin skill, and gave it to them. Therefore, they accepted their envoys. Since you've decided to help me, can you get your clansmen to do the same? If that's the case, I can remove their seals." The little Peng thought about it and said, "I'm afraid that will be very difficult. For us golden-winged great Peng eagles, freedom is absolutely important. I have no choice. Your strength is stronger than mine. Otherwise, I would also think of a way to get out. Although I haven't fought with you before, I can see that there are only 2 or 3 of you who can truly be called experts among you. Although your subordinates have some power, they're still lacking compared to my clansmen. I'm afraid that even my orders won't be able to make them obey them wholeheartedly. I can't help you with this." Chiyu nodded and said, "All right then. Since your people can't agree to my request, then I have to use some extreme measures." Little Peng was somewhat disdainful of Chiyu's words. In his opinion, other than directly accepting Chiyu as an envoy, even if Chiyu was powerful, he was afraid that he would not help others to subdue his own people. However, this thought didn't last long. The whole army marched forward. Chiyu summoned one of the 12 Zodiac team members to the back of the Black Dragon and ordered him to sit cross-legged in front of him. Then, Chiyu began the process of assisting in the subduing process. Without the energy of the source of nature, Kirin's thundercloud force and Kirin's origin power, Little Peng in Chiyu's body clearly saw through the images transmitted by Chiyu's spiritual power. When Chiyu's right hand slapped the Zodiac team member in front of him, a dazzling golden light suddenly erupted. The team member's body trembled violently, but he quickly recovered. However, the sudden appearance of the sharp chi made the huge black dragon under Chiyu involuntarily tremble. Little Peng finally understood what kind of power made it impossible for him to resist after becoming an envoy. He said in horror, "Xianyuan sword, you are actually the successor of the Xianyuan sword. In that case, you are not the real Kirin." Chiyu said proudly, "Kirin's blood flows in my body. Who dares to say that I am not the real Kirin? Why, do you regret it now?" Little Peng smiled bitterly and said, "What's the use of regretting? With the suppression of the Xianyuan sword, unless you are willing, I really can't even resist. I accept my fate." To assist his companions in their cultivation, he used the energy of the source of nature. Facing the golden-winged eagle that wanted to resist, Chiyu did not hesitate to choose the incomparably sharp Xianyuan sword. Xuanyuan's soul was still asleep. Chiyu released his own energy through the aura of the Xianyuan sword. After entering the body of the Zodiac team member, it was like a virtual Xianyuan sword that stayed in the body of the Zodiac team member. It was just like the sword soul that Chiyu encountered in Xuanyuan's tomb. As long as it was there, the golden-winged eagle in the body of the Zodiac team member could not resist. Of course, this sword soul formed by pure energy could only exist for about a month. In other words, every month, Chiyu had to inject new Xianyuan sword energy into the body of the Zodiac team member to maintain their control over the golden-winged eagle. Although Chiyu could not control the members of the Zodiac team, after the golden-winged eagle problem appeared, it could be said that he directly controlled the lives of his subordinates. This control could only be completed when the strength of his subordinates surpassed the golden-winged eagle. This time limit, just like what Chiyu had said to Little Peng, was tentatively set at 10 years. Chiyu told all the members of the Zodiac team that as long as he used the energy of the Xianyuan sword, they could try to awaken the golden-winged eagle in their body. Although it was still sealed, they could still communicate with each other through spiritual power. With the threat of the Xianyuan sword, the members of the Zodiac team could also propose a 10-year time limit like Chiyu. Regardless of whether it was man or beast, no one was willing to accept death. Therefore, as Chiyu and the others got closer to the headquarters of the earthly race, the number of golden-winged eagles that agreed to become envoys to help them also increased. Chiyu used the speed of releasing 20 sword souls every day to support them. It was not that he was not strong enough. After all, he had captured the son of the great Rock King. In order to guard against the revenge of the great Rock King, he had to maintain enough energy. After obtaining Little Peng, Chiyu no longer rode the black dragon. He released Little Peng, a golden-winged eagle with a wingspan of 15 meters. Even if Chiyu used all his strength, he could not fly as fast as Little Peng. After all, although Chiyu also knew the innate ability of the golden-winged eagle, there was still a gap between it and the real golden-winged eagle. Little Peng's back was very comfortable to sit on. Even when flying at high speed, it was very stable. Moreover, Little Peng's body would automatically produce a layer of golden energy that enveloped Chiyu, and even the wind could not touch him. Every time Chiyu rode Little Peng and soared in the sky, he could not help but think of the private plane that Yamu had sent to the capital to pick him up. Compared to the Gulfstream 5, Little Peng was much better. At least, it did not need to be maintained. Moreover, its flying speed was far beyond that of the Gulfstream 5. Since Little Peng had voluntarily become an envoy of Chiyu, he did not want to see his father and Chiyu in conflict. After all, no matter which side was hurt, he could not bear it. Therefore, there was no need for Chiyu to do it. He himself concealed the aura of the golden-winged eagle, for fear that his father, the great Rock King, would find him. When Chiyu and his party finally arrived at the Alpine native tribe, 80% of the members of the Zodiac squad had already obtained the surrender of the golden-winged eagle in their bodies. What they needed now was to wait for the seal cast by Yin Xiaoyi to be unlocked in 10 days. At that time, they would be able to have their own giant beast partner. Chapter 227. In the beginning, everyone didn't think much of it, but when Chiyu brought up Hu Guang's example, everyone gradually accepted it. Chiyu's example was very simple. Snakes and eagles were natural enemies. If Hu Guang were to get a golden-winged eagle as his messenger, not only would it not be of any help to his strength, it might even have the opposite effect. The Earth Race's headquarters was the same as last time. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless number of wooden houses, forming a huge tribal system. The clear water of the Green River could be clearly seen from the sky, and it reflected a faint light and shadow under the illumination of the sun. If there was anything different from the last time Chiyu had been here, then it would be the defense of the entire tribe. The Earth Race's headquarters was already very large, and now it had doubled in size towards the plains. The wooden houses were all the same, but they looked much simpler. Large numbers of soldiers patrolled the entire tribe. From their different attire, it was obvious that they belonged to different human races. Little Peng was a vicious beast, after all. In order to not cause panic among the 4 races, Chiyu scanned the mountain in the center of the Earth Race's headquarters with his consciousness, then recalled Little Peng back into his body and returned to the group. He told the black and white dragons to quietly enter the Green River from a place further away, while he led the group towards the 4 races campsite. When the group was about a kilometer away from the 4 races campsite, they were stopped by a group of soldiers. Because the 4 races had joined forces, patrolling was naturally done by the 4 races. At this time, there were about 100 soldiers in front of Chiyu's group. Every single one of them was holding a wooden spear. It was a stretch to call it a spear, because the manufacturing method of these spears was too simple. It was just a thick wooden stick. A sharp stone was tied to the top of the stick, forming the body of the spear. Even the thickness of the spear in each person's hand was different. This group of 100 people looked slightly different from the ancient humans that Chiyu had seen before. Their hair was reddish-brown, and they were slightly taller than the Moon Race, White Race, and Earth Race. Their shoulders were very broad, and they looked very strong. There was a hint of wildness in his eyes, and it was obvious that he was a warmonger. A thought flashed through Chiyu's mind, and he thought of a possibility. Perhaps this team of 100 people in front of him was the Fire Clan that he had never met before. The leader of the group, who was especially tall, stepped forward and shouted at Chiyu and the others. The others couldn't understand what he was saying. Chiyu immediately translated with the ability of the origin of nature. Although the 4 races of human beings had their own characteristics, their languages were almost the same. He did not know whether to laugh or cry when he heard the words of the Fire Race in front of him, because he asked, "Which race are you refugees from?" Chiyu looked back at the members of the Earth Race squad behind him. Indeed, it was no wonder that the 12 Zodiac teams asked this question. Except for some of the strong Zodiac guardian god warriors, the current 12 Zodiac teams looked no different from refugees. The month-long training was extremely arduous. Even though everyone had brought a lot of clothes, the rate of consumption was extremely shocking. Now, most of the people were only wearing strips of clothing. The girls were better off. With the support of their companions from the same clan, they had a little more clothing on, barely covering their important parts. The male team members were much more miserable. Many of them were only left with a pair of underpants. Chi-Yu responded in standard Earth race language. Yes, we are Earth race people. It's not easy for us to come back. Can you take us back to the tribe? The leader of the fire race team looked at Chi-Yu from head to toe. Looking at Chi-Yu's strange black shirt and trousers and his white hair, he could not help but show a little vigilance in his eyes. He waved the spear in his hand, and the people of the fire race behind him suddenly moved, surrounding Chi-Yu and the Zodiac teams in the center. The leader of the fire race team took a few steps forward and came to the front of Chi-Yu. He put his spear forward and put it on Chi-Yu's shoulder. He shouted, "Let's go!" Chi-Yu frowned slightly. How could Kirin's dignity be violated by these primitive humans? He raised his left hand and grabbed the tip of the spear. "We are not prisoners." He just slightly exerted his strength, and the spear in the hand of the leader of the fire race team fell into his hand. The leader of the fire race team suddenly became angry. He shouted in the language of the fire race. Suddenly, hundreds of fire race soldiers pressed forward and were about to fight. Chi-Yu shook his head, helplessly. It seemed like he still could not go in the normal way. He raised his head, and his long white hair fluttered in the wind. Chi-Yu let out a loud and clear whistle. The whistle went straight to the 9 heavens, and the strong sound waves immediately caused the people of the fire race to look as if they were drunk. Their bodies swayed and they retreated. Some of them, who were not strong enough, even fell to the ground. As Chi-Yu let out a long whistle, not long after, a few figures in the distance had already rushed towards Chi-Yu from the sky. Before they arrived, their voices could already be heard. "Chi-Yu, my son, is that you?" The anxious voice was filled with strong emotions. It was Irua. "Mother, it's me." Chi-Yu smiled slightly. His body floated up and welcomed Irua in the sky. Chi-Yu couldn't see, but the familiar aura on Irua's body gave him a very intimate feeling. Especially Irua's heartfelt concern. It made Chi-Yu's heart warm. There were 2 other people with Irua. One was the black tortoise, and the other was the azure dragon. Irua grabbed Chi-Yu's shoulder and looked at Chi-Yu, whose appearance had changed greatly. She looked up and down excitedly. "Child, you are the hero who saved us mythological beasts. Mother has been waiting for you for too long." Chi-Yu smiled slightly and said, "Mother, don't say that. That was what I promised you. Since I promised, I will definitely do it. Moreover, your team has also helped me a lot. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to get the recognition of the Xianyuan sword." Irua said a little reproachfully, "Emo who told me that you would be back within a month. Now you are late." Chi-Yu smiled bitterly and said, "I was delayed by some things. Mother, my companions are still down there. Should we go back to the headquarters of the Earth race first before we talk?" Irua finally came to her senses. She hurriedly pulled Chi-Yu, the azure dragon, and the black tortoise down to the front of the 12 Zodiac team. At this moment, the 12 Zodiac guardian gods, Jida, Shangbing, and the plant soul were extremely shocked. Just now, they thought that they had heard wrongly. They had actually heard the word mother from Chi-Yu's mouth. They all knew that Chi-Yu was an orphan, especially when they saw how young and beautiful Irua looked on the surface. The feeling in their hearts became even stranger. Especially Jinhua. She was a little confused. When she came to this era, Chi-Yu had just become her daughter. Now a mother had appeared. Could she be? Everyone was sizing up Irua and the other 2. Irua and the other 2 were also sizing them up, especially the beauties standing in front. They instantly attracted Irua's attention. Every one of them had a strong energy aura. Irua couldn't help but nod in her heart. coupled with their beautiful looks and special aura. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. It seemed like her son was really capable, being able to have so many beautiful women as his wives. As a member of the divine beast Kirin clan during the ancient beast era, Irua didn't think that it was abnormal for a Kirin to have so many partners. Chiyu smiled and said, "Mother, let me introduce them to you. These are the Zodiac guardian god warriors that I mentioned to you before. They are all my partners. The rest of them are members of my newly organized 12 Zodiac teams. Each team has 10 members. Brothers, this is the mother that I recognized during the ancient beast era. She is the high priestess of the Tu clan, one of the 4 great human clans in this era. At the same time, she is also a Kirin clan's native Kirin. Mother's abilities are much stronger than mine. She is a 9-cloud super expert." After hearing Chiyu's introduction, the special thought in Riwa's heart immediately dissipated. She knew how many years Kirin needed to cultivate to the 9 clouds. This woman in front of her, whom Chiyu recognized as his mother, had at least a few hundred years of lifespan. They were both Kirin and shared the same bloodline. Furthermore, Chiyu was an orphan. It was no wonder that he would recognize her as his mother. After Irua greeted everyone, she, the black tortoise, and the green dragon brought everyone towards the allied camp of the 4 human clans. As they walked, Irua started to converse with Chiyu. Chiyu asked, "Mother, the Jili people have fully recovered, right? I heard from Elder Mo that the situation on your side doesn't seem to be very good." Irua laughed bitterly and said, "It's not as simple as not very good. The strong recovery of the Jili people has dealt a huge blow to the 4 human clans. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to see all 4 human clans here. You know about the Yu clan's headquarters being destroyed. Not long after that, the Jili people launched a fierce attack on the 4 human clans. Their numbers were much greater than I had imagined. If it wasn't for the green dragon, the black tortoise, and I supporting them here, I'm afraid the human army would have collapsed long ago. After all, in terms of combat power, the difference between normal humans and the Jili people is too great. Our weapons can't even break through the scales on their bodies. We can only rely on the heroes of the various clans who have huge beasts as companions to barely fight against them. In just a few short months, the number of humans has decreased by 1/3. If we can't change this situation, I'm afraid the entire human race will be in danger of being wiped out. Fortunately, you came back in time. I think that with your Xianyuan sword's call to arms, you will definitely be able to bring confidence to the humans. That way, we will have a higher chance of winning." Chi frowned and said, "Mother, to be honest, this time, I don't want to use the Xianyuan sword to help the 4 human clans." Irua was stunned and said, "Why?" "You have to know that the Xianyuan sword is not only a powerful divine weapon among the humans, it is also the symbol of Emperor Huang. With the Xianyuan sword, it will be a huge blow to the Jili clan and will also have a huge effect on increasing the confidence of the 4 clans. Now that we are at a complete disadvantage, do you have any other ideas?" Chiyu said, "You have received the weapons that I asked Elder Mo to send over, right?" Irua's eyes lit up and she said, "Yes, I have received them. However, we don't know how to use them. Furthermore, the weapons look very strange. I knew that you would come, so I sealed them up." Chiyu said, "In my plan, those weapons are the most important things for you to fight against the Jili people. I can continuously provide you with ammunition. You have all seen the power of these weapons previously. I think that as long as these weapons are used on a large scale by the warriors of the various clans, the Jili people might not be that scary. The people that I brought this time all know how to use these weapons. I will let them teach you how to use them. You can choose some of the smarter young people from the various clans who don't have a huge beast as a partner to use them. Don't worry, before they completely master how to use these weapons, I will not leave this place. You should have already realized that the people that I brought are not weak. This time, I also want them to increase their combat experience in fighting against the Jili people. Eva looked at Chiyu and said, "Since that's the case, let's do it according to your plan. I believe in you." Chiyu had already solved the biggest problem for the godly beasts. Without the bull demon king, the godly beasts were much more confident than before. Even though there was still a huge gap between the abilities of the godly beasts and the godly beasts, Irua and Mo who firmly believed that the godly beasts would definitely rise again in a short period of time. Irua brought Chiyu and the rest to the headquarters of the Two tribe, which was the wooden house on the hill where Chiyu, Ting, and the Snow Girl had stayed previously. As the high priestess of the Two tribe, Irua had absolute authority in the Two tribe. She quickly arranged a place to rest for the 100-odd people that Chiyu had brought along. Following Chiyu's suggestion, the members of the Zodiac team from the future world changed their clothes into the grass clothes and skirts of the Two tribe, which gave them a unique flavor. With Irua's introduction, Chiyu found out that the main army of the Julie people was stationed in a valley a few hundred miles away from here. There were about 50,000 Julie people in the army. Among them, there was 1 Natun for every 1,000 and 1 Nali for every 5,000. There were 10 Nali leading the army of the Julie people. At the same time, although he had never appeared before, it was said that the demon god Chiyu had been reborn. On the human side, the total number of troops from the 4 tribes was about 200,000. It sounded like a huge number and was 4 times the number of Julie people. However, in terms of overall abilities, they were far inferior. If Irua, the Azure Dragon, and the Black Tortoise were not here, the Julie people would only need 10,000 people to completely destroy the human army. In the human army, there were less than 200 heroes who had giant beasts as their partners. Their giant beasts varied in strength. Even if they had giant beasts as their partners, they could only kill ordinary Julie people. They were not a match for Natun or Nali. Among the Julie people, all the Natun and Nali had their own giant beasts as their partners. As a result, they were much stronger than the humans. 10 days ago, the Julie people had launched an all-out attack. Because of Chiyu's request to Emohua had led the godly beasts and risked being destroyed by the beasts to help the humans fend off the attack of the Julie people's army. At the same time, the Julie people had suffered significant losses. However, what shocked Emohua was that the 10 Nali of the Julie people were very powerful. With the help of their giant beasts, they could even fight against 10,000-year-old beasts. As a result, the Julie people's army had suffered significantly less losses. Furthermore, the beasts had rushed over not long after the battle had started. Helpless, Emohua could only lead the godly beasts to lure the beasts away. He could only leave the battle on this side to the humans. After a short discussion, Chiyu decided to let the members of the Zodiac team that he had brought along teach the elites of the 4 clans how to use their weapons. Irua had specially picked 2,000 elites from the 4 clans. In order to strengthen the relationship between the 4 clans, she did not choose too many people from her own clan. Instead, she chose 500 people from each clan. The members of the Zodiac team were all from the 4 great clans of the East. The 4 great clans were extremely powerful in the entire Yanhuang Republic. As the elites of their respective clans, which of them had not used firearms before? Thus, it was not difficult for them to be instructors. As for the overall training of the use of firearms, Hu Guang and Ian were in charge. Given their status as the big shots in the arms industry, they were the most suitable candidates. In 10 days, the 2,000 elites of the 4 clans had already grasped the basics of how to use firearms. Even though there was still a gap in their accuracy, they could at least use the weapons well. In these 10 days, Chiyu had also used the aura of the Xianyuan sword to help all the members of the Zodiac team subdue the golden-winged great pungs in their bodies. The golden-winged great pungs had also regained their mobility after the seal that Yan Xiaoyi had placed on them was lifted. In terms of overall strength, the Zodiac team had at least doubled under the influence of the golden-winged great pungs. "Mom, I want to meet the Julie people tonight." Chiyu stood in front of Irua and said calmly, Irua held onto Chiyu's hand and looked at his faint red eyes. Even though Chiyu did not say the reason, the fact that he was blind still made Irua sad for a long time. Chiyu, I think you should stay here and help Mom. When the Julie people attack, we can retaliate. With the weapons that you have brought, we will definitely be able to achieve victory. Now that your eyes are blind, I really cannot bear to ask you to do anything for us. Sensing Irua's concern, the lines on Chiyu's face became much gentler. He smiled and said, Mom, don't worry. Nothing will happen. As Ink Kirin, do you think I will be afraid of those Julie people? Even if Chiyu has been resurrected, I still want to meet him. Don't forget, I am also the disciple of Emperor Huang. Frankly speaking, I came here this time to see you and help the humans overcome the current crisis. Another reason is that I want to use the battle with the Julie people to increase the combat power of my comrades. War is the best training ground. Now that they have rested for 10 days, if they do not continue training, it will go against my original intention. Even though my eyes are blind, have you forgotten? I am the source of nature. As long as there are plants, I will be able to sense everything around me. Using the mind's eye to observe is much clearer than using the naked eye, isn't it? Irua thought for a moment and said, All right then, it is indeed time for us to find out the actual situation of the Julie people. Previously, Emohua and the rest did not really deal a blow to the Julie people. It is very abnormal that they have not taken any action for so many days. There are only about 100 of you. Even though your abilities are not weak, you must still be careful. Do not get surrounded by the other party. The Julie people are all ferocious. You must not treat them as ordinary people. Chiyu nodded and said, I understand. You shall stabilize the defense here and be careful of any sneak attacks from the Julie people. We will set off as soon as the sky turns dark. After chatting with Irua, Chiyu returned to the room that Irua had prepared for him. Before he reached the door, he saw Shangbing standing there waiting for him. Shangbing seemed to be in a very good mood. Ever since she came to the era of the ancient beasts, she had been training very hard. However, she had never been as happy as she was now because she had followed Chiyu every day. This world was so beautiful. Furthermore, her body was different from ordinary people. The body that was cultivated by the world's most outstanding genes became more and more apparent as her abilities improved. Group training was painful for the members of the Zodiac team. However, Shangbing could always complete it easily. Now, in terms of combat power, other than the Zodiac Guardian God Warriors, only the plant spirits in the forest could withstand her speed and attack power. Jida and the members of the Zodiac team were no match for her. Snow Girl's ability was more special. For some unknown reason, she was especially close to Shangbing. Therefore, the two of them had not fought before. Overall, even if Shangbing was not as good as her, the difference was not too great. Chiyu, you are back. As soon as she saw Chiyu, Shangbing quickly greeted him. The gloomy aura that came from the Dark Parliament had disappeared a lot. Now, she looked like a cheerful young girl. However, her figure was a little too hot. Under the clothes made of leaves and wrought tan, healthy and elastic skin was revealed, especially her pair of slender and round thighs. It was easy for people to have wild and fanciful thoughts. Fortunately, Chiyu could not see now. Otherwise, he would not be able to control himself, as he had a special relationship with Shangbing. These days, during the continuous training, the awkwardness caused by the incident with Snow Girl had faded a lot. Snow Girl was very obedient and did not look for Chiyu again. Just like before, she still called Chiyu Daddy. Ruyue and Chiyu had been together for the longest time. However, after the two of them had been intimate a few times, Ruyue could not take it anymore. She had secretly hinted to Ming Ming. However, although Ming Ming looked lively and cheerful, she was very conservative in this aspect. She was so shy that she did not dare to cross the last line of defense with Chiyu. Therefore, Ruyue looked for Shangbing. Shangbing, are you not training with everyone? Yu felt Bing's accelerated heartbeat and could not help but ask in surprise. Bing blushed and said, "It's nothing. Everyone is training. Although we do not have the mission you gave us now, everyone is very hardworking. Maybe they are used to training recently." Yu smiled faintly. "I'm not afraid of them not training. Now that every team member has the golden-winged Great Peng as a restriction. Who doesn't want to surpass the golden-winged Great Peng strength as soon as possible and have a true giant beast companion? Bing, why did you come looking for me?" Bing looked at him bitterly and said, "Must I only look for you because I have something to do? Back then, you were the one who insisted that I come back with you." Hearing her words, Yu could not help but say apologetically, "I'm sorry. As you can see, I have too many things to do these days. I did not have time to take care of you." Bing took a step forward and took the initiative to put her arms around Yu's waist. She said with slight annoyance, "Then you can make it up to me now. Anyway, I have nothing to do. I especially came to accompany you." Feeling the heat from Bing's body, Yu could not help but feel his heartbeat quicken. He stroked her long hair and said, "Who said that there is nothing to do? We're going to set off tonight and start a new training. Isn't this important? Unless you don't want to participate, you should go back and prepare. At the same time, you should inform everyone to cancel this afternoon's training. There will be an operation tonight." The affection in Bing's heart quickly dissipated because of Yu's words. It was replaced by excitement. After all, she came from the Dark Parliament and was very warlike. "Yu, are we going to fight the Jilly people?" Yu smiled and nodded. "That's right. Tonight, we will be scouting and ambushing. As long as we have a detailed plan, we will definitely be able to deal a heavy blow to the Jilly people. Do you want to go?" Bing said, "Of course I want to. You have to bring me along." "All right, I will go inform everyone now." After saying that, she immediately went to look for the others excitedly. Feeling Bing's excitement, Yu could not help but smile. "Jilly people, here I come. Yu, have you really been resurrected? If that's the case, then let me meet you, the demon god, today." In the evening, after eating some fruits, Yu led all the Zodiac warriors and the 12 Zodiac squads to quietly set off. Not only would they be able to conserve energy, but they would also be able to move faster. Yu ordered the 12 Zodiac squads to summon their giant beast companions. They had left the campsite and climbed over a mountain before releasing their giant beast companions from within their bodies. For a moment, the darkened sky was covered by a faint golden light that looked like a dark cloud. 120 golden-winged eagles quietly appeared in the sky without making any sound. Because the other Zodiac warriors, Jita and Snowgirl, did not have any flying mounts, Yu kept them into the space inside the Kirin Pearl. Then he ordered the Zodiac squad to urge the golden-winged eagles to hurry on their journey. In order not to be discovered by the Jilly people, they deliberately chose to fly at a low altitude of 5 to 10 meters above the ground. 100 meters was a very short distance to the golden-winged eagles. In a short period of time, they had already stealthily arrived near the valley that Irua had mentioned. This was the first time they were riding on their giant beast companions. Hence, the Zodiac squad members were in a special state of excitement. All of them were rubbing their palms together and could not wait to fight with the Jilly people immediately. Yu ordered everyone to keep the golden-winged eagles and released the Zodiac warriors from her body. Because this was a surprise attack, she did not bring along the black and white twin dragons. Everyone surrounded Yu and quietly waited for her orders. Yu said, "In the past, I have never really fought with the Jilly people. Even though I have come into contact with them, I do not have enough understanding of them. According to Mother, the troops of the Jilly people that are attacking us are the elites of the Jilly people. Their battle prowess, especially their valiant attacks, are extremely strong. This is especially so for the Chief Class Natan and the Chief Class Nali. It is hard to say exactly how strong they are. Hence, we cannot be careless this time. Otherwise, it will be hard for us to escape unscathed. Let us prepare to take action immediately. Snow Girl, Shangbing, Jita, and the Plant Soul, the 4 of you will stay here. Among the Zodiac warriors, Hu Guang, Ian, Mingming, and Su Dong will follow me to the Julie people's camp to investigate. Jida and the others will also stay here and listen to Ryua's orders. Ryua, wait for my signal. I will inform you with my spiritual strength at any time. At that time, you will lead everyone to directly attack the hinterland of the Julie tribe. Remember, without my order, don't let them use their giant beasts at the critical moment of life and death. After all, our mission is not only to kill the enemy, but also to train the members of the Zodiac squad. Even though the golden winged eagles are good, we cannot rely on them. Otherwise, our training would have been in vain. After giving some simple instructions, Chi Yu led Hu Guang, Ian, Mingming, and Su Dong towards the valley where the Julie people were stationed. He naturally had a purpose for bringing the 4 of them here. Mingming and Su Dong could fly. Of course, it was more difficult for Mingming to fly. However, her power had already reached the 7 Clouds realm, so it was much easier for her to use the young phoenix transformation. Once they encountered danger, they could still escape. En was the most agile of the Zodiac warriors. No matter what kind of battle he was in, there was no need to worry about him. Even Chi-Yu would have a hard time restraining him without using his domain-type power. It was obvious that Chi-Yu had a special purpose for bringing Hu Guang here. Chapter 228. The sky was now completely dark. Chi-Yu led the 4 of them to a spot about 1 kilometer away from the valley and stopped. He realized that there were troops of the Julie people patrolling on both sides of the valley. Chi-Yu's eyes flickered as he waited there quietly. Chi-Yu had seen the Julie people before. Now that he saw them again, his expression instantly turned grave. He was shocked to realize that the people in front of him were not only more imposing than the Julie people he had seen previously, but the energy aura they exuded was also much stronger. Could it be that the Julie people as a whole had undergone a mutation? Or had he encountered an ordinary powerhouse among the Julie people? No, that was not right. After observing them quietly for 10 minutes, Chi realized that even the most ordinary Julie people were much stronger than they had been the last time he had seen them. What was going on? It was no wonder that the Julie people did not suffer too many losses when Amohua led the divine beasts to attack them. Their overall abilities had obviously improved. Could it be that the entire Julie people had been modified by some special energy? Although he was shocked by the increase in the Julie people's abilities, Chi-Yu did not give up on his objective. He gestured to the 4 people behind him, and his body moved stealthily. Under the effect of the Kirin invisibility, he disappeared into thin air. His spiritual power was like a radar that accurately informed Chi-Yu of the locations of the Julie people who were in charge of patrolling the area. Every Julie people was an energy point in his spiritual world. Destroying these energy points was obviously what Chi-Yu needed to do the most. He silently arrived behind a Julie people. The Julie people were very tall and big. The fire thundercloud force in Chi-Yu's body circulated rapidly, and his body floated up from the ground. Then his right hand pressed on the head of the Julie people. A dark red light flashed and disappeared. Because of the attack, Chi-Yu's invisibility immediately disappeared. There were a total of more than 10 Julie tribesmen patrolling this area. Perhaps it was because they were extremely confident in their own strength, so when they patrolled, they kept a distance of about 50 meters from each other and slowly moved in the opposite direction. Chi-Yu suddenly launched an attack. The appearance of the fire energy and the energy fluctuations immediately attracted the attention of the others. However, before the Julie people could see who had launched a sneak attack on them, they were already enveloped by a dark red glow. Perhaps it was overkill to use the 1,000 transformation Jade Pearl Realm technique to kill the Julie people. However, it was also because of this that he managed to get rid of the patrolling Julie soldiers in a few breaths' time. There was not even a single sound or trace left. The charred Jili soldiers were washed away by Qi Yu's earth-water thundercloud force and disappeared without a trace. Qi Yu waved his hand. Ming Ming and the other three immediately chased after him. Qi Yu led them to the edge of the narrow valley and looked down. Setting up camp in a narrow valley was obviously something that an ordinary army could not imagine. This was because under such circumstances, it was very easy for them to be sneak attacked. Once they occupied a powerful position from above, the camp below would definitely be in great danger. However, the Jili people clearly did not think that humans had the ability to sneak attack them. Furthermore, the camp where they were camped was indeed very unique. There was no real place to stay at all. Most of the Jili people were eating and drinking around a bonfire. They were not eating fruits, but the meat of some animals. They simply roasted the meat over the fire and even ate it raw. This showed the ferocity of the Jili people. The place where they rested was directly on the ground. With their strong bodies, the cliffs on both sides of the narrow valley were the only place that could shelter them from the wind and rain. Qi Yu frowned slightly. Were the Jili people really not afraid of sneak attacks? There were only a dozen of them patrolling just now. Since they were camped in the valley, the cliffs on both sides were obviously very important places. A large number of soldiers should be stationed there. However, before Qi Yu could think further, he suddenly felt a shapeless pressure coming from behind him. His acute mental strength allowed him to react immediately. He turned around and was already facing behind him as he scanned the area with his mental strength. Qi Yu was shocked to discover that the 5 of them were actually surrounded. Even with his mental strength, he did not know where the enemy was. His sudden appearance gave him a huge shock. Could it be that among the Jili people there was an expert who was immune to the detection of his mental strength? However, it was not just one person who had appeared. It was an army of 1,000 Jili people. Qi Yu's heart sank as he looked at the tall figures that kept appearing in the forest. He was not afraid of these people. Instead, he suddenly felt that the Jili people did not rely solely on their martial strength as he had imagined. In terms of intelligence, they were not inferior to ordinary humans. In fact, they might even surpass them. Walking in front of the enemy were 5 6-meter-tall Natan. Their bodies were as majestic as mountains. Moreover, they were riding on their giant beast companions, which made their bodies look even taller. The 5 ancient giant beasts that Natan was riding on were mammoths. They were an extremely ferocious giant beast and were famous for their huge bodies. They were a type of fearsome beast, but they were of a very low level. They did not have any special abilities and only had great strength. However, it was not surprising that Natan would choose them. After all, other than giant beasts like the mammoths, how could ordinary giant beasts be their mounts? 1,000 Jili people followed behind the 5 Natan and slowly surrounded them. They covered almost the entire area. They did not have any weapons in their hands. Their upper limbs, which were as thick as tree trunks, were their best offensive treasures. Su Dong whispered into Qi Yu's ear, "What should we do? Should we call Ruiyue and the rest over?" Qi Yu shook his head and replied, "No, there's no need. Since we've already been discovered, there's no need for that. Since we have been discovered, the Jili people in the valley behind us will definitely react. This is not a good time to call Ruiyue and the rest over. When the battle begins, leave the 5 Natan to me. You will deal with the ordinary Jili people soldiers. End the battle quickly. Kill as many as you can. Hu Guang, you will be the main attacker. The Jili people rely on their strong bodies. They rarely dodge during the battle, and it is very difficult for them to dodge. Your goal is to infect as many of them as possible with the poison. Your target is the eyes of the soldiers. Leave the rest to Su Dong and Ming Ming." After Qi Yu gave his instructions, his mental energy increased greatly. He did not believe that the 5 Natan in front of him would be able to escape his mental energy search. There must be another expert here who had concealed the aura of the Natan and the soldiers. That was why they were trapped in a tight encirclement, and this person was the one who could pose a threat to them. Unfortunately, even though Chi Yu's mental energy covered a large area, he did not discover anything else. Apart from the 1,000 enemies in front of him, he did not discover anything else. The 5 Na-Tun looked at Chi Yu cautiously. They had seen how Chi Yu had killed more than 10 of them. With just a flash of the dark red light, their companions had been turned into ashes. Such a powerhouse was simply too powerful. Even the Na-Tun had to be careful. After all, it was just as Chi Yu had predicted. The people of the Jili tribe were not only fierce and tough, but their intelligence had also increased to a certain extent. This was the only way they could maintain an overwhelming advantage when facing a large number of human soldiers. Chi Yu led the 4 Na-Tun people towards the Na-Tun. Since they could not find the person hiding in the dark, they would fight. During the battle, as long as they killed a large number of Jili people, they were not afraid that the person would not come out. A faint light was emitted from the bodies of the 4 Zodiac guardian god warriors. Faced with the Jili people, the powerful evil race that their ancient ancestor, Emperor Huang, had faced, everyone was filled with the desire to fight. In particular, over the past month, everyone's abilities had improved tremendously. They wanted to see how powerful they had become after their improvements. Chi Yu walked at the front. Facing him was the Na-Tun in the middle, with its 6-meter-tall body and the 5-meter-tall mammoth. Chi was no different from an ant in the Na-Tun's eyes. However, it was this human who was much shorter than the average Na-Tun who gave it a lot of pressure. Looking at Chi Yu's white hair, the Na-Tun could no longer endure the mental pressure. It roared angrily, and a huge stone rod appeared in its hand. It pointed in Chi Yu's direction. The mammoth beneath him let out a roar of fire, causing the earth to tremble as it charged in Chi Yu's direction. It wanted to grind Chi Yu into meat paste to vent the fear in its heart. Chi Yu shouted, "Attack!" The 4 Zodiac guardian god warriors behind him charged in 2 different directions. They had absolute confidence in Chi Yu's abilities. 5 Na-Tun was nothing. Back in the west, Chi Yu had killed 4 archangels. No matter how powerful the Jili people were, they could not be compared to the archangels in the heavenly realm. A large amount of dust was stirred up by the 5 mammoths. In the blink of an eye, the 5 Na-Tun were in front of Chi Yu. Then the leading Na-Tun raised its stone rod and smashed it down on Chi Yu's head. The huge stone rod seemed to weigh at least a few hundred kilograms. Mammoth also lifted one of its legs and stomped down on Chi Yu. Chi Yu snorted coldly. He did not even try to dodge. He had been waiting for a fight for a long time. Ever since he returned from London, he had been harboring violent tendencies in his heart. However, he had not been able to express them. This was the perfect time for him to express them. Chi Yu did not use any of his weapons, nor did he use any of his Qilin skills. Instead, he relied on his own strength to meet the Tun's attack. Right fist. That was Chi Yu's right fist. His body instantly swelled up, and the black clothes on his upper body were torn apart. With the help of the thundercloud force and nature source, Chi Yu's body suddenly grew to a height of 3 meters. His swollen right fist met the Na-Tun stone rod. At the same time, he raised his left and right hands to meet the mammoth's leg. Amidst the loud bang, stone chips flew everywhere. Due to the strong energy fluctuations, a large number of stone chips pierced the mammoth's thick skin. Before its leg could step on Chi Yu, it screamed in pain and took a few steps back. The Na-Tun, who was on its back, trembled violently. When it looked at the stone rod in its hand, it found that the huge stone rod only had a handle left. Chi Yu was shocked to see that the Na-Tun's strength was much greater than he had imagined. Especially in a head-on collision, the Na-Tun had the advantage of gravity from above, which made the Na-Tun's strength even stronger. However, such strength was far from enough for Chi Yu. Chi Yu suddenly retreated and dodged the attacks from the other 4 Na-Tun. The 4 huge stone rods created a huge pit on the ground, which looked somewhat terrifying. Chi-Yu moved. His speed made his body look like a ghost. He retreated and advanced again, passing through the gray earth fog. In almost an instant, he once again appeared in front of the Na-Tan that he had collided with before. Right arm. It was still his right arm. He bombarded the Na-Tan with a heavy punch. With a loud bang, the punch accurately hit the Na-Tan's shoulder. How powerful was Kirin's arm! It was known as the Skybreaker. The scales on the Na-Tan's body were extremely thick, but they were much inferior to Kirin's arm. There was a burst of blood. Chi-Yu's punch had shattered the scales on the Na-Tan's shoulder. Chi-Yu's punch had actually created a huge hole in the Na-Tan's shoulder. It looked somewhat terrifying. The Na-Tan cried out in pain. No one knew what it was shouting, but the other 4 Na-Tan had already pounced on Chi-Yu. However, this time, their bodies were covered in green energy, and the stench was nauseating. Corrosive energy. Chi-Yu immediately recognized the origin of the green light. He did not dare to let it touch his body. With a shake of his shoulder, he had already dodged it. The Na-Tan's attack and defense were extremely strong. Moreover, they were more agile than Chi-Yu had imagined. After the battle with Chi-Yu began, the 5 Na-Tan surrounded Chi-Yu and attacked him with all sorts of methods. Unfortunately, although they could use their corrosive energy, the area they could cover was too small. It was impossible for them to capture Chi-Yu's figure. Sometimes they would even touch their companions' bodies. Chi-Yu would not be courteous with them. He had not vented his anger for a long time, and at this moment he completely unleashed it. For a moment, muffled sounds could be heard. It was the sound of fists colliding with scales. Although he was surrounded by the 5 Na-Tan, blood continued to gush out of the Na-Tan's body. The Na-Tan's body was extremely huge, and they had a lot of health. When Chi-Yu attacked at the fastest speed, he could even see the Na-Tan's body explode into a mist of blood. Chi-Yu did not intend to destroy them immediately. He wanted to use the Na-Tan to lure out the person hiding in the dark. Therefore, when he attacked, he would choose the spot behind the Na-Tan. This way, not only would he inflict more pain on his opponent, but he would also not let them die because of his powerful attacks. While Chi-Yu was fighting the Na-Tan like a cat chasing a mouse, Ming Ming and the other 3 were also fighting the ordinary Jili people. The battle strategy that Chi-Yu had prepared was simple, but it was very effective. The Jili people's attack power was undoubtedly very fast, but it was still a far cry from Yi-An's agility. Perhaps Yi-An's strength was not very strong, but his speed and agility made it impossible for the Jili people to catch him. The golden light flashed continuously in the sky. Every time Ian landed, he would scream in agony. There would be a shrill and miserable shriek. After reaching the 7-cloud realm, Ian's strength had greatly increased, especially his speed. Right now, he was like a golden thread weaving around the battlefield. No matter how hard the Jili people tried to surround him, no matter how they attacked him, it was impossible to truly restrict his movements. Since the beginning of the battle, Hu Guang had been pouncing in the same direction as Ian. He had activated his own origin mutation, and his entire body was covered with a layer of slippery scales as he weaved through the Jili people. As the Emperor Black Mamba, his toxicity would continue to grow as his thundercloud force increased. The Black Mamba was one of the most aggressive snakes, not to mention the Emperor Black Mamba. Hu Guang's attack frequency was extremely fast. His hands had turned into poisonous fangs, and sharp nails had appeared on all 10 of his fingers. Although the defense of the Jili people wasn't bad, they were still vulnerable to Hu Guang's corrosive poison. Their scales seemed to be made of paper, as they were instantly corroded through. At the same time, the Black Mamba's poison had also integrated into their bodies. Hu Guang left immediately after coming into contact with it, and his body was extremely slippery, wanting to grab hold of his body that had a certain level of immunity to physical attacks. It was extremely difficult to catch him. The bodies of the Jili tribesmen were indeed too strong. The poison of the Black Mamba Emperor was so strong that after being injected with the poison, they could still hold on for a minute before falling to the ground and convulsing. Screams of agony could be heard as Hu Guang and Ian attacked one after another. They were either covering their eyes that were flowing with green blood and howling in pain, or their entire body had turned from green to black as they convulsed violently on the ground. In just a short while, there were already 100 people who had lost their ability to fight under the joint attack of Hu Guang and Ian. At this moment, the two of them were like fish in water. Other than the poison produced by Hu Guang's body being limited, they didn't consume any other energy. On the other hand, the battle between Ming Ming and Su Dong and the Zhili people is a lot more open and above board. Su Dong's tiger palms moved up and down. He, who had used his nature mutation, was so powerful that the people of the Zhili tribe were stunned. Every time his tiger palm struck, he would definitely send one of his opponents flying. On the other hand, Ming Ming was like Su Dong's shadow. She was always hidden behind him. As long as a Zhili people was sent flying by Su Dong's palm, a colorful light would immediately shoot out from Ming Ming's arms. Amidst the ear-piercing sound of friction, the throat of the Zhili people would be slit. With the cooperation of the two of them, they were able to destroy everything in their way. Furthermore, none of the Zhili people who passed through their hands survived. All of them died after their throats were slit. As Chiyu beat up the 5 Natans, he observed the situation. His mental energy was also maintained in a highly tense state as he waited for the mysterious person to appear. At this moment, a large number of Zhili people's soldiers appeared from the narrow valley. Under the lead of a few Natans, they surrounded Chi Yu's group from the opposite direction. When they saw that the ground was littered with the corpses of their own people, they weren't afraid. Instead, they became even more ferocious and charged towards Chi Yu's group without any hesitation. From the looks of it, they wouldn't be satisfied until they tore Chi Yu's group into pieces. Chi Yu's eyes gleamed. "All right, since you won't come out, I'll add a little more medicine." As he thought about this, Chi Yu floated up, and the silver light suddenly exploded. Then, 5 thunderbolts were shot out from his hands. The Natans, who were still attacking Chi Yu despite being in pain, were instantly paralyzed and rooted to the ground. The paralyzing ability of the 7-cloud thundercloud force was incomparable to before. Without half an hour, the Natans wouldn't be able to extricate themselves from the paralysis. No matter how strong their bodies were, they couldn't possibly be insulated. Of course, to Chi Yu, he didn't need half an hour. His body, which was enveloped by the silver light, spun rapidly and kicked 5 times with his right leg at lightning speed. The scene of a watermelon bursting appeared. The heads of the 5 Natans were instantly smashed by Chi Yu like 5 watermelons. One had to know that the heads of the Zhili people were the hardest part of their bodies. The fact that Chi Yu could smash the heads of the Natans with the strength of his legs showed how powerful he was. The 5 huge bodies fell to the ground almost at the same time with a loud crash. Chi Yu, who was floating in midair like a demon, coldly sensed the aura of the Zhili people around him. His hands were already raised, and the Qilin pearl in front of his chest had already turned into a deep purple. The dark sky had become even darker, and a large patch of dark clouds was gathering in this direction. The scene of the 5 Natans being destroyed in an instant shocked everyone. Even the ferocious Zhili people didn't dare to charge at Chi Yu when they saw him in the air. No one wanted to be the sacrificial lamb under Chi Yu's feet. The few Natans that appeared after him also looked at Chi Yu cautiously. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Their huge beast companions had appeared next to them. Although they were different, they were all ferocious beasts that were around 3,000 years old. Facing the aura of the divine Beast King's Kirin, these ferocious beasts instinctively retreated. Although they didn't attack Chi Yu, it didn't mean that Chi Yu wouldn't continue to attack. Chi Yu clenched his right hand, and a long purple sword appeared in his hand. It was the Kirin illusion. Chi Yu pointed the sword at the sky and snorted coldly. Julie people go to hell." As he swung the sword, the sky instantly lit up. Then a thunderclap was heard. A huge bolt of lightning that was as thick as a water tank came crashing down like a bomb. It exploded in the midst of the densest group of Julie people. In the face of nature, no matter how strong one's body was, what was the use? Instantly, dozens of Julie tribesmen were sent flying high into the air. Netans knew that if they didn't destroy Chi-Yu, their losses would be even greater. In a panic, the intelligent subordinates rushed towards Chi-Yu. At this moment, the Julie people were in chaos. Chi-Yu snorted coldly and swung the sword in his right hand. Every time he swung the sword, at least 10 Julie people were killed. The 7-cloud level thundercloud force summoned Kirin's lightning rush formation. As long as the power of his thundercloud was not exhausted, the heavenly lightning's bombardment could continue. However, the more troublesome thing was that the heavenly lightning's energy was too large and unstable, so it required Chi-Yu's mental strength to guide it. The Kirin mirror appeared in Chi-Yu's left hand. It wasn't used to block the enemy's attack. The black Kirin mirror flickered with silver veins. As Chi-Yu waved his left hand, it became the Grim Reaper's scythe that reaped lives. As it floated out, several Julie people were instantly sliced in half. It felt good. It had been a long time since he had such a good time killing. Chi-Yu even imagined that he was killing the people from the Vatican and Greece. He felt as though he was taking revenge for Klinsmann, Wenting, and the Emperor's Heart Snow Lotus King. The blood in his body boiled continuously. The massive killing intent seemed to evoke the feeling of demonization. At this moment, a wave of peaceful energy flowed into Chi-Yu's body from his wrist. The Buddha's power in the original relic bead was no longer enough to deter the powerful Chi-Yu. However, before Master Zagru left, he channeled a large amount of his Buddha's power into the relic bead, causing the Buddha's power to be much stronger than before. Therefore, when Chi-Yu's killing intent surged, the Buddha's power appeared and calmed the surging emotions in Chi-Yu's heart. Just as Chi-Yu's killing intent subsided slightly, he sensed danger. At this moment, he had just woken up from the thrill of killing. Without any hesitation, his body suddenly flashed 10 meters to the side. At this moment, the place where he was previously was already engulfed by a dark green light. The corpses of several Julie tribe soldiers turned into black water with a puffing sound. Chi-Yu's mind power still couldn't detect the presence of any living creatures. When he turned around, he saw 10 black figures floating in the air. These black figures were lined up in a row, and each of them was about the same size as Tun. Their bodies were glowing with a dark green light. They looked somewhat similar to the dark liches of the Covenant of Darkness. However, their auras were completely evil, and they didn't seem dark at all. The corrosive energy attack just now had been unleashed by these 10 people. Soon, Chi-Yu understood why his mind power couldn't detect the presence of these people. It was because the 10 black figures in front of him weren't living creatures. The source of nature's energy was built on the foundation of nature's energy, so it was extremely sensitive to living creatures. The immense mind power that Chi-Yu had obtained was built on the foundation of the source of nature. Therefore, when the other party wasn't living, his source of nature's energy naturally couldn't detect them. The 10 black figures quickly floated in Chi-Yu's direction. Apart from the edges of their shadows, which looked similar to Tun's, they didn't have any corpses. Chi-Yu didn't know what these dark green figures were, but he knew that they were the reason why he couldn't detect the presence of the Julie people soldiers. The 4 human tribes didn't know that the Julie people had such a secret weapon. It was no wonder that they dared to set up camp in a valley like this. They were probably waiting for the humans to launch a sneak attack. This was a trap. When the Julie people saw the 10 black figures, they immediately retreated to the sides under Tun's command. They surrounded Ming-Ming and the other 3 like a tidal wave. As the saying went, a large number of ants could bite an elephant to death. There was a limit to human strength, and the ferocity of the Jili people meant that they wouldn't let these enemies off. In their hearts, they only had one thought: kill. Qi Yu floated in the air calmly. He was very clear about the strength of Ming Ming and the other three. They were 4 seven-cloud, Zodiac guardian god warriors. Unless the other party had a 10,000-year-old beast, they wouldn't be able to defeat the 4 Zodiac guardian god warriors in a short period of time. It wouldn't be a bad thing to let them train under such immense pressure. Moreover, his mental strength was constantly monitoring the battlefield. If any danger occurred, he would be able to react immediately. When Qi Yu saw the 10 black figures, he immediately realized that they were definitely a secret to the Jili people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have appeared only after the 5 of them had killed so many Jili people. It seemed like they had been deliberately hiding their tracks. What exactly are these ghost-like fellows? They can't be ghosts, right? At this thought, Qi Yu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He wasn't afraid of other things, but how could he defeat ghosts that were intangible and illusory? He didn't even feel this way when he met the Bull Demon King. However, Qi Yu quickly recovered from his shock. So what if they were ghosts? Even if ghosts really existed, they were probably a form of energy. As long as they were energy, there would be a way to deal with them.